Ooh, new music.
Yeah, different music for this session.
New old music.
City ruins, shade. Ah.
Hey, Padrock.
Oh, that's cool. No. It's doing all right. Okay. Well, guess might as well get started.
Only Padrock has journalist times. All on.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said only Padrock has a journalist session, so it's all on you.
Yep.
Levi wasn't able
Wait.
to.
All right. All right. I thought things had gotten pretty low already, but hold on. I thought things had gotten pretty low already, but today it feels like the floor's been taken out from underneath me. And yes, I should get my personal notes out of the way first. Our mission... Oh, hold on one second. So, sorry about that. Our mission location was quite beautiful. If it wasn't for the events, I would have liked to have traveled back, have a lunch, and sit in one of the lakes with the great views. Got to find out what that weird Xerneas aura that kept flaring up is. And when it works well. The original mission of stopping Darkstorm was one that had me a bit nervous, but the sensation of beating them was a foreign sensation that I have not felt in a while. It wasn't perfect. The sand in my eyes hurt badly, and I completely missed my attempt to give Rusko that flaming slap. Even if that Yin is the only one I didn't get to personally slap, seeing Levi and Aluvi's 1-2 fist footlight combo was a delight. And when they were on the ground, I made sure that they wouldn't be slipping away with those imitation badges of theirs. The personal plan at the time was to drag them back to Malva and hand them off to the prison. And then the Garchomp came in like a sand slash ball. As I alluded earlier, our mission was supposed to be stopping Darkstorm, but they'd been asking around the city for a hermit that lived nearby. It turns out that not only is Darkstorm cruel and nasty, but they are also easily duped. They got a mission saying that the Nuzleaf was a cultist, and didn't take 5 seconds needed to question why it wasn't signed by a guildmaster. Seriously, whoever wrote this up didn't even bother forging a signature. The Nuzleaf that Darkstorm was harassing had done things for the Zealot cultists, worked on some kind of crimson chain for them, and now that he had left their group, the remaining cultists were out for his corpse. Thanks to Darkstorm, they got their wish. With Darkstorm on the ground, the cult leader took his moment to strike. Before I had considered the idea that Destiny was protecting us. And the fact that all of us were able to get on our feet after being flung like that is some damn solid evidence. Letherol didn't come alone. If Darkstorm were somehow to have been fully healed, I think the Zealots would have still outnumbered us. It was also revealed that there were ex-cultists among us. Turns out Darkstorm's Raya is one, and Levi. Leviticus. Those cool-looking markings that he's hiding? It's a death mark. This cult's new Eternatus has been demanding sacrifices for itself. They called it the Dark One. Thinking back on it, Drochi did mention something vaguely about not fearing the dark. Well, now I'm utterly terrified. Pretty much everyone is on the same level of disarray at this revelation. Mostly everyone. Castor seems quite vindicated and quite willing to put Levi on the spot to somehow explain his past. It's no wonder why Levi was so adamant about fate being somehow out to get him. After his attempt to run away, the cultists went for the next best thing and sacrificed Levi's parents. Wasn't satisfactory to the Dark One, and those cultists were eager to drag Levi to the altar. Thanks to some quick thinking, Levi was able to paralyze them and give us an opening to get away using our badges with Darkstorm in hand. One moment.
Yeah.
The cat was bound determined to get his attention.
Yet, ever since we got away, Levi has been silent unless prompted. His current state reminds me of how Mom would talk about Grandma, and how she spent several decades dead before drawing her final breath. Until today, I can never quite picture how that might look. And while Levi is not that far gone, he is close. He is at least able to speak, even if he's in any state to answer questions. Even worse is that Nuzleaf that we rescued turned out to be Trevor's dad. Trevor from Team Blackthorn. Blackthorn honestly seems like a chill group now that I've had a chance to hang out with them, when they aren't amped for a fight. I know there's nothing we could have done to save his dad, given what we knew, but I still feel guilty. I was there, and I couldn't stop it. May Yevato's talons be gentle, as they carry Renzo's soul into oblivion. Sorry, let me reread that line. May Yevato's talons be gentle, as they carry Renzo's soul to oblivion. I can't imagine how Levi or Trevor are feeling. Heck, even Rhea. Losing one's parent in such a horrific way? If anything were to happen to... Pedrock launched himself from the bed, scrambling down the halls in a mad dash in search of the Guildmaster. There was an emergency message that he needed to get out before yesterday, before the leaders of the cult factions got a good look at his staff, before they had gotten a good look at his face. The message he needed to get to his parents could be summed up in a single word. Hide. End of diary entry number 17.
Yep.
And I am so sorry about Portia.
The cat was just absolutely demanding today.
Yeah, she was super upset that I wouldn't let her chew on cardboard and was holding her away from it. No.
So, with that,
hopefully it didn't ruin the journal entry too much.
there you go.
Not really.
With that, Team awakens the next day.
Paul is already up early.
Harold sighs. He pushes himself up from the bed, looking over to where Aluvi is.
Just kind of tilts his head out from the blankets, like, have they left already?
Yeah, I guess I want to get this over with.
Whatever the case, I just hope it doesn't end up being what I think it would end up being.
I wouldn't hold out too many hopes for that.
Believe me, I know. It doesn't hurt to wish.
Brian, we
Fair
need
enough.
to talk.
Indeed we do. How'd you sleep?
About as well as I could expect for having just been stabbed in the back like this.
Really?
Has anyone ever done that to you?
Yes, and far worse.
Does it ever get any easier?
It depends from person to person. The question is less what they did. The question is, what are you gonna do?
I haven't decided yet.
Oh, we have time to think about it.
Did you have any idea that Levi was holding something like this from you?
Little more than an assumption. That's not exactly a accusation you make lightly, however. So I stayed quiet, and I watched, and I waited.
Did you ever think to try and ask him about it?
I did. He never wanted to talk about it.
Paul just looks to the side.
Can't blame him for not wanting to, though. Usually, when it comes to situations like this, they have an ulterior motive. They want you to lower their guard so you can take advantage of them. But this one is a bit different.
So, what? You put him on a team and use us as bait? Is that what I'm hearing?
I didn't know before I put him on your team.
You said it. You just said it yourself. You assumed he was lying to us from the start and trying to get us to warm up to him to lower our guard so he could stab us in the back. It sure sounds like we were beat.
I said that's the usual situation. I assumed that he was hiding something. But I wanted to wait and see if he would say it himself. And unfortunately for everyone else, it came out in a much more explosive way than he expected. Still, none of us are paying the consequences. Well, most of us aren't. As for him, well, he's finally moving again.
All due respect, sir. The fact that we're all here, I call it a stroke of luck. Can't exactly say I'm losing too much sleep over Darkstorm right now. But, the fact that none of us were killed, that's not an outcome I can actually rely on. If we don't get to the bottom with this, we can't be relying on luck like this to get us through every mission and every encounter with the Zealots.
Agreed. I already saw them. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
As for Team Darkstorm, they're currently in the lounge under the supervision of Glacialis and Serenity. Meanwhile, Rhea remains in here with Levi until interrogations begin. Trevor, however, is just outside.
How does Trevor seem to be doing?
Don't really know. Christina's been talking to him at the garden.
Are you going to go and
After-
talk to them?
I give him time.
He's say one of the people I feel worst about in this situation.
There's a lot of feelings, emotions going around right now.
I guess we shouldn't delay too much longer. Huh?
Agreed.
I'll see if Levi will come out. Will you guys wait in the dining room?
We're not doing it in there?
We are doing it in there. No, not in here, no. We'll be doing it in the dining room because it's like a bigger place. More of us can gather there.
Okay.
Levi.
Good morning.
I see you as well, but you know how things are. Are you feeling it?
Yeah.
At least. Are you able to stand and talk?
Yes.
Ruben, will you keep an eye on Rhea?
Of course. You sure you don't want me in there?
We need someone in here keeping a watch on things. Cleo and Lizzie will be in there with us.
Alright. Take care, Mom. You too, hon.
Hey, Levi. Go. Alavi, if you don't mind.
Yes, sorry, I just...
Well, this is not how I planned to start this morning, but Rain would just look over to the door. If y'all want to come in, come in then. Take a seat.
You don't have to be in here. No. I need to. There's something. Let me be, please. Okay.
All right. You all know why we are in this room. And you know what you did. So let me put it to you straight, Levi. You're going to be asked a series of questions. If you lie, you're not going to be here much longer. Speak the truth. Speak the whole truth. And be honest. Otherwise, we will not exactly be on the best terms anymore. Not like we already are as is. So, Lensla, if you'd like to take over, feel free.
If anyone else has any questions, we'll give you your time too. Agreed?
Okay.
When Zilla makes a brief glance to Castor before turning back to Levi. Leviticus. Have you
Yes.
ever taken the drug?
Yes.
You have.
I've taken Gigas before. Yes. When I took it, it was mainly to help out with fending off some scavengers. They didn't know. They didn't know who I was. I didn't know who they were. All I knew is that they were trying to take our stuff. As far as they knew, all they saw was just some Pikachu drink some juice, and suddenly they were ready to fight tooth and nail to stop them. I was ready to fight tooth and nail to stop them. I felt them hit me. I felt them attack me. It didn't make a difference. And despite the fight, they ran away. I chased after them for a while until I was told to stop. I was fine for a while, and next thing I knew, I found myself in the infirmary. The drug, it's not called ZRD. It's not called whatever the hell everyone else calls on the street. It's called Gigas. I remember briefly what I did when I was on it. I remember the amount of fighting I did. I remember the strain on my body when it was out of my system. I don't remember getting back to the infirmary. And I didn't realize just how hurt I was until it wore off. So, yeah, no. I've taken it before. Would I do it again? Only if necessary. Otherwise, no.
I have a question.
What?
Go on.
You said that someone called you off while you were still under the influence.
Yes.
Do you know who it was?
Esmerilla.
Did she
The goth
do
to tell you
anything?
so?
Did she use anything special?
I
It couldn't have just been a simple command, could it?
now that you mention it, most likely no. It wasn't something so simple. It didn't remove the drug. It when I heard it, I listened. It wasn't a it was a compelling call to listen and follow their instruction. I at first just attributed it to she's my leader. You listen to that kind of stuff. Though now you mention it, there's more. Had to be more to it than that. She is a psychic type. Maybe she did something.
You fought a Charmeleon before, yes? Led by a Sceptile?
A Charmeleon led by a Sceptile.
I
Are
believe
you talking about
you
the
said,
one?
I
Are you
bel-
talking about? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, please.
I believe you said his name was Engel. When she
Yes.
said the name.
Out of character. I am forgetting when we encountered them.
It was the one. It was when when Castor got kicked into the poison sludge.
Oh yeah, that one. That's what I was thinking. It had to do something with that trip. Anyway, sorry. Acting character. Yeah, he, if I recall right, given his marks and given how they treated themselves, I attributed him to being a member of the Old Path. Pretty sure he was.
Is where we is at.
What is it, Padrock?
That about the god tell. Has she ever done that kind of instruction thing to someone not under the influence of Gigas? Or or she only really been able to do that when someone is in the kind of rage that drug brings?
No. When Esmeralda speaks, all listen. She has a way of commanding her voice, be it you want to listen or you don't.
That is troubling news.
Compulsory command?
It seems so. It's
Conditioning.
the more I think, the more you ask about. Actually, now that Apollo's asked about it, I'm actually starting to sit here and think about it that much more. It can't just be a natural. She's just really good at speaking, or it's. I know her voice. I listen to it. I still remember the fact that when I did something and got in trouble, I ended up with the biggest fucking migraine of my life. Repeatedly. She has a way with working with people's heads. Even if I don't think she does that too often, does she? Maybe? I'm sorry. I feel like I'm fumbling with this answer too much.
Regardless, moving on. What did you do as a villain?
I mess with computers, usually. I mean, sure, I did more than that, but I was still young. They didn't trust me with a lot of things. I did learn some alchemy, how to build and work on computers, and I did general chores around the caravan. We moved from place to place, selling wares that we had, or just whatever services we could provide, easily making more and more money based on those we helped. My parents are real good at that. They say it's in their blood. We never did approach certain locations that had a rescue base, like New Treasure Town or Humble Town, given, well, you know. We did approach the outskirts of Cassia a few times, but we all knew the risks of getting too close to Cassia, especially given who resides there. I tried going to Cassia just to look around because, I mean, it's a giant historic landmark. You get to read about it all over the place, and I don't know, it just seems like a cool place. Nothing came of it, though. Nothing came of it, me being there, just looking around, enjoying the sights. But I was taken away from there immediately and got scolded. And hadn't stepped foot back over there since I went there with you guys. If we were ever in the area, it was just to do a cursory look. And yeah, that was one of the first times I learned personally not to disobey orders from Esmeralda. That hurts a lot. But no. Me, I was a member of the Black Hand, or the Deft Hand. We're known for our craftsmanship. We're known for our services, our wares, our tools, and our ability to provide various services as though a handyman or a Renaissance person. I chose a technological path. My parents were mostly associated with finances and had a really good ability to make more money where there seemed to be no money at all. And I don't mean they stole it. They had the records and everything to prove it.
Question. Why didn't you say anything?
Oh, yes. I suppose that is the burning question, is it? It would have been wiser to say something. That we could have all avoided this strife, huh? Do you have any idea how stupid that would have been in my perspective? If I would be required to put my life and faith on the line in order to tell you guys something you didn't need to know, or at least I felt you didn't need to know. I felt you didn't need to know that I was a zealot. I didn't want to be associated with saying, hey, I'm one of those psychopaths that would probably kill you for Eternatus or some shit. Otherwise, then what would come of it? A label? Calling me a zealot, a cultist, a threat waiting to happen, a poser, a lack of faith. It would have been imposing a lack of faith based on my background. Prejudice, judgment, suddenly I'll be an expendability. I'd be exposed to the world. I can't risk that. I could not risk that. But I did. I almost did. I almost felt as though I could trust all of you. At least with that. It was a secret that I felt that, hey, maybe they wouldn't worry about me. Haluvi doesn't care about people's past. They care for the here and now. Padrock, sure, he'd be worried, but he probably would have been fine after enough time. I mean, if he knew me well enough, then I'm sure he wouldn't worry about it. Apollo, you're typically someone who aims to see the best in people. So I figured, hey, why not? It was an idea. It crossed my mind. It was there. Just had to get the courage to do it. But then there was one person. One person who shattered it all, and they never wanted me to be here to begin with. Why the hell would I give him the ammunition to just get rid of me faster? Maybe even open myself up to blackmail or some other consequence that was listed. I can't trust him like he can't trust me. You, Apollo, are his brother. And you're also the leader of the team. Haluvi tends to talk when something's on their mind. I couldn't talk about that. It'd do little more than get me killed. That's why I didn't say anything.
So let me go ahead and summarize what I've just heard. Because you couldn't trust the team and me in particular, you decided to hide everything incriminating against you while you were already under suspicion in some kind of misguided attempt to assume that we would never find this out.
To be fair, you never gave him a chance.
Did
You
you
never gave us a chance.
Let the caster talk.
did you honestly believe this wouldn't come up eventually? With how many? Let's not even assume. Let's look back and not even assume that you being a member of the Zealots was a problem. Let's just say that was a facet of your life. You just didn't want us to know. With the sheer number of cultists and zealots and Gigos users that we're seeing nowadays, how could you expect one of them to not recognize you and one of them to not blow your secret?
See, I'd have a good answer for you if I didn't run out of medicine. Once I ran out of medicine, I knew that it would happen eventually. Otherwise,
Did you feel the Zealots wouldn't recognize you if you didn't have those?
they didn't at first.
But surely Esmeralda would have. If she is the way you say she is. Regardless.
She would have. Oh, there goes another half-planned attempt to at least try to protect myself. But what else is new?
Before you joined this rescue team, have you ever fought a rescuer before?
Yes, they decided to come after us wanting to check on the caravan. Someone forgot to take care of their own responsibilities because it's not something that is new. People get curious and people come and look. We've had the enforcers look around. We've had adventurers look around. We've had rescuers look around. And typically speaking, we were good at hiding the evidence if we did something incriminating. But someone made a mistake and the rescuers got hostile. And I was a part of the group that fought them back. I didn't beat them. I got my ass kicked. But we eventually pushed them off and they escaped. No, it wasn't Team New Dawn. It was another startup. About as good as we were when we first started. They wanted to be hotshots. It didn't work out for them.
Did they survive?
Yes. They did. I mean, bruised and battered, sure, but that team got out of there.
What did it consist of?
Let me think. It was a team of 4. It was an Oshawott. It was a Oshawott of Ibrava, there's the Magby. There's one more. What the hell was it? Oh yeah, a Pucciana. Not anyone in the room, mind you.
Very well. Aside from fighting rescuers, have you ever committed any other crimes as a zealot?
Yes, I did.
Go on.
At that point, Rain would just clear his throat before setting a paper down and speaking. If you're hesitating about it, I'll say it myself. Thanks to some information I got from Michael, we know that you've done several things, but the most notable of them would be... Let's see. Drug possession, obviously, given your background. There was drug possession, there was trespassing, of course the assault, and surprisingly enough, cyberstalking. That's a new one.
Has he even technologically advanced enough to have cyberstalking yet?
Yes.
Yes.
Out of character, we established that there was an email chain between Cleo and Reginald as part of the chain of evidence.
Like, probably basic bare bones internet.
In other words, an internet that's easy to get into.
Oh, but he had
to compromise.
He had to suffer through the dial-up noises.
Anyway, moving on.
I'm sorry. I needed the laugh. Thank you. Anyway. Okay, I did do that, all of that. While I was mostly on the up and up, I was commanded to do things, be it by another superior or Esmeralda herself, and I would do it without question. She was not someone I wanted to upset, for aforementioned reasons. And to that end, I did various things, be it legal or non-legal. Majority of the time legal, but still. Majority of the less than legal stuff was handled by people older and more reliable in her eyes than me. I was still just a kid. Someone who was better off either being used as a pretty face to drop someone's guard or going in somewhere quietly to get something and get out. In regards to the cyber stalking, that was interesting. I had to actually physically go over there to set that up. Physically go to someone else's computer to set that up, and I'm not going to bore you with the details of doing it, but basically if someone sent a message that was supposed to go from point A to point B, it would still reach point B, but we would also see it. And Esmeralda wanted me to do that and keep an eye on it for various individuals, be it for something as harmful as blackmail to something as I say harmless, but only because no one got hurt. Knowing what people wanted in an area so that when we came back to it and brought various wares and supplies and services, we can make a lot more money with it.
Lacey looks over at LOP. You look like you will have something to say.
Well, it is a nagging concern. I don't mean to backpedal onto, Gigas, but number one, what made that the name? And number two, is there a cure?
The name came from, the legend. Regigigas. Known for their ability to prove great power and great resolve in regards in the means to weather any and all opposition. Be it to move mountains or to protect those that they care for. In that vein, I know it sounds a lot more noble than the purpose we use it for. At the same time, that is where the name came from. And is there a cure? Aside from waiting it out? No. The best cure, as it stands, for Gigas is to avoid confrontation and don't pass out. When you pass out, especially if it's caused by someone knocking you out, you're not getting up. Ever. However, I will admit, I did look into trying to reverse it, or at least try to remove its effects from somebody. I was still learning alchemy. I was curious. I started messing with various things, and some things worked, some things didn't. I did not find a cure for it. If I found a cure for it, I'd be a millionaire by now.
We've made it.
Yes. I have made it. For reasons of research or reasons of use, I have made Gigas before.
I see.
Well, that would rule out having to reverse engineer it.
So when you said you had made Gigas, I thought the recipe that was being used by the zealots of old back in my dad's day, it required an ingredient that could only be that you couldn't synthesize. It had to be mined at the source off the coast of the Dead Sea. If you know how to recreate it, how did they substitute that ingredient?
Well, through rigorous means of preservation, finding alternative resources, or in this case, something that something that no one found out until. Actually, no one does know this, do they? It's kind of a closely guarded secret. Be a shame if someone said it. They mined it near Solara.
Right?
They mined it near Solara.
Mines.
Yeah, there. Near Solara.
Although I don't know where Solara is. Where even is that?
Somebody have a map?
Linsilla pulls one out and sets it on the table.
Alright, so New Treasure Town's right here. Out of character, Glazy, can you ping the location as I give the... Alright, so... we're gonna... if you're trying to get to Solara from New Treasure Town, you follow this road right here. All the way through the Sunny Plains. You hit Malva City right here. If you're going by foot, you go through Steam Cave, all the way up to Labyrinth Cave. You obviously want to miss Aberloth, though I don't think you're going to find your way through there. Then you get to Jagged Path. It's rugged terrain, as you would imagine, but there is a way through there that doesn't appear on most maps that will drop you right in behind Solara Town from the north. There is a way you can fly there. Unfortunately, that requires some very sophisticated avionics for an airship, which, on a good day, that will get you most of the way there, and then you got to leg it from there. There's a constant airstream that sits above the town that makes air navigation in the area all but impossible.
So
You
it's
might
still
think-
in the Dead Sea.
Correct. So the way the Dead Sea works is this entire area right here that you see along the coastline. There's a very thin divide from a tectonic rift that's in the area. Because this whole area right here, going along the Dead Sea and along Drake Plateau, is actually a fault line. But the rifts spread out here, and that's actually dropped this area that you see in the Dead Sea below where sea level is. Hence the reason why there's so many salt formations down there. A lot of very interesting minerals, likely one of the ones that was used to synthesize early Gigas, could be found there. But Gigas is very unstable when exposed to air, hence the reason why transporting it long distances isn't an option until you can refine it.
A fissure line.
It's been a few million years in the making.
Needless to say, however, this version of Gigas seems very different from what we saw Thorellan's zealots using.
That, and they come in all sorts of different flavors now. I say that as if a joke. To put it simple, majority of the ones back then came all the same. You know what you're drinking, you know what to expect. If you know what you're doing, though, if you have the mix, you understand it, you know how to manipulate it, well, the guys on the drug that we saw in Cassia Town, let's just say that's the normal version.
There's a different version?
What else could it do?
Less different, more specified. As in, let's say I give one to... You know, I'm not going to say that because that may offend somebody. Let's say I give it to a random... He looks around the room just taking a moment to poll the area before choosing a type. Let's say a random bug type Pokemon. Okay, that works. You give them the normal one, it'll do exactly what you expect it to do. A greater amount of energy, a greater amount of endurance, stronger attacks. But at the end of the day, same end result. They're still going to go down. Now, let's say you give them a specialized one. One specifically made for bug types. Hell, one specifically made for their species. Suddenly, the earlier concerns you may have had are amplified. A greater amount of health, a greater amount of energy, the abilities that they hold are tailor-made for them. And they can keep going. Oh, they can keep going for quite a while. But with all that energy, you're not going to walk away from using it unscathed, even if you don't get hit. Even if you don't get hurt. No. Those are the ones that we call, or at least, I believe the expression is a Hail Mary. You take one of those, you are going to go, you will live out the rest of your days until you go out in a blaze of glory. Or at least you don't get into a fight and you don't take any damage whatsoever, and you'll be fine, except you'll be in the hospital for a little while. One or the other.
The way you speak of it brings me to my next question then. If you could go back to being a zealot without the threat of dying, would you?
Without the threat of death. No, I wouldn't. If I could start over, I would have left sooner. That time taking my parents with me. That or try to fake my own death. Maybe rebel, get away from the zealots. No, if I left them even then, I'd probably just get beaten up by a bunch of rescuers. I don't know. With what I know now,
I'm sorry, that does lead me to a question. When did you leave the Zealots?
About 4 months ago. If not, wait, 4 months? 5 months? Less than half a year ago. Let's just put it like that.
Levi, why should we continue trusting you? Or should we at all?
Well, honestly, that is an incredibly hard question to answer. I mean, I left details out in the past, sure, but I was mostly honest. I honestly got uncomfortable here. I enjoy this life. I can't even consider going back or anything now. I have gone from being some lowlife always on the move, just trying to make money or make people's lives miserable, to actually doing something in my life. Trust is hard. Trust is very hard. Trust is something I struggle with. It'd be a challenge not only for you, not only for all of you, but for me as well, still. I don't want to be or can't be anywhere else. I literally have nothing. I literally have nothing. I am a heretic. I am by myself. I am marked for death, and I am an orphan now. That's new. Don't even know what the fuck to do with that one. I guess you guys taught me a lot that I never learned myself. From being able to be generally kind to others, being candid and honest without fear of repercussion, to being a lot better at cooperating. And there's a lot of things y'all taught me that I can't replace. And even then, back when we got ambushed, when the Zealots came around and everything, I had a plan. I had a plan to get away. Let me explain. The plan that I had was something I cobbled up at the last minute. Yes, but I had a plan. It was to take a heal seed. When Leothero was doing his fucking monologue, I slipped a heal seed in my mouth. Thankfully, you, Apollo, kept him distracted long enough for me to do that. And from there, it was a matter of the potions. The potions that Zane made. Potions specifically made to get people out of the way. I had two. The one you saw was, well, one y'all saw me get made. It was a potion with a stun seed in it. Plan was lure them close, get them in range, all of them in range, enough so that you guys can get away, and I can get away. I had no intention of following you back here. When it came up, the jig was up. I was gonna go. I was gonna figure it out on my own. I realize how stupid of an idea that is now because, literally the only reason why I'm still alive is the fact of why I came here. They wouldn't look in a forbidden place, knowing full well that if they came here, they'd get their asses handed to them. And I'm going on a tangent, am I? The plan was to lure them, use the heal seed, put it in my mouth, get them closer. And when they all got close, throw the bomb, stun them all. Paralyze them, make sure they couldn't go anywhere. I had the heal seed in my mouth because I felt that they would get close. They would get close. Hell, they'd probably hit me. And you know what? That's fine. It got them away from you because I was their target, not you guys. And if I can stun them, I'd stun myself in the process. But at the very least, they wouldn't be able to move. And I had a heal seed right there to get my stuff out of it and get out of there. On borrowed time, but at least it would have made a difference. I mean, sure, I probably still would have died later on. But I would have gone out on my own terms. And then I'd still probably be dead, and you all be wondering what happened, and still upset that I lied about. Well, I didn't lie; I just didn't say anything. But still be upset, and we wouldn't have this conversation because I wouldn't be here. That was the plan. Only that isn't what happened, is it?
You still had your badge. You were coming with us.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. And I'm starting to wonder if it was an oversight or a good decision.
Going back to the sacrifices, do you know who their supposed Dark One is?
I've only seen figments. It was the same day I figured out what happens. I didn't see them. I saw a dark miasma. I saw a cloud. I saw someone go in, and when that cloud was gone, they were dead. And no one else was there. It was just they were shoved in, and it's as though shoving them in a room, closing the door behind them, and waiting to see what happens next. And I assure you, what happened next wasn't pretty. They were marked just like I was. And that was the day I put two and two together, and that was the day I started to plan getting out of there. But unfortunately, no. I don't know what it was. I just know it's big, it's scary, and I don't want to be anywhere near it.
Going back
You have
from... Go on, Patrick.
I do have a question about the makeup cultists. How long ago did Lethero take charge of their group?
I don't know. I know it's a stupid answer and I know it's a bad answer, but I don't know. Yesterday was the first day I've ever seen him. I've only dealt with Esmerella. I thought they were the leader. And I mean, sure, I was aware of other groups that had their own leaders, but I thought we all worked independently. The riffraff being like the elder cultists that were in their own little groups that no one really knew about. Sure, let them do what they want to do. But I thought the old path, the Black Hand, and the Wardens of Strife, I thought we were all... I mean, sure, we worked together every now and then, but happenstance, you know? I didn't know that Leothero was a thing, or anyone unifying us all was a thing. It's just... where the hell did he even come from?
Up the old path. Maria mentioned that they were once the disciples of Eternatus, but Varellan is no longer around to lead them.
Yeah. Thanks to that dumbass dying, the old path, or at least the old zealots, some of them broke off. Some of them tried to... I don't know, maybe they tried to make a new life for themselves. Some of them got turned in. Some of them died. But those who survived and stayed with the path they were on, they gathered after enough time. The old path eventually got a leader. A certain Septile that I am very much so aware of for his bloodlust, and I have every intention to deal with someday if I survive this. I don't really know too much about him, though. What I do know is that many of the veterans from the Zealots of Eternatus are among the old path.
And that would,
Oh, go ahead.
that would explain why they in particular were in the Cassia ruins looking for remnants.
Exactly. They've always been looking for remnants. That much I've known. They travel the world like we do, only they travel looking for that kind of stuff. Unlike us, they also have a centralized point, but I have no idea where that is. We just encounter each other as we move around, and the Wardens have a centralized point too, I think. But yeah, no. Majority of the veterans that people like your dad, Apollo, and Reuven, and all those guys, they if they're still alive and they're still with the Zealots, they're in the old path.
Apollo thinks for a moment before looking over to Rainland's Scylla. Would it be worth looking into their old haunts to see if they're trying to stir up anything there?
Absolutely.
I think we need to put a pin in the dread for it. Take a look at it.
Read. But more on that later.
Might get another visit with you know who.
May need to speak with Pan again.
Not exactly looking forward to that.
Regardless, are there any further questions from anyone else in the room?
I will say let's hold off on that because 8,000 to step away.
We'll wait a little bit.
Yeah, we can wait a little bit. It'll also give the other players some time to think if they want to ask another question.
Yep, I'm gonna be right back myself.
Alrighty.
I'm still kind of thinking.
You doing okay?
Okay, enough, I guess.
Okay, I'm back now. Had to get my drink.
Just waiting on 8,000 to come back.
I had to slake my thirst.
Fair enough.
Dad came in a little bit ago, saying that, asking if that cough was still pestering me, and yeah, I'm probably gonna be getting a doctor's appointment tomorrow. It seems.
Good. And we have 2 good questions in the chat. Things that could be asked by the other players.
Now, question from Ninja Blade and AMA. Do you want to remove the marks in your body, Levi?
I may answer that in character, if you don't mind.
Hey, very sorry about that. I'm back.
Yeah, we were waiting
Awesome.
for
Welcome back.
you. So the last thing that was said was, do you have any more questions before moving on?
Okay. So Padrock would lean in to give a question. He gestures to Levi's arm. Did you ever see the mark as something that you would be proud of? As something to be proud of? Like that you were proud to have been picked as a kind of chosen sacrifice? Or did you always want to get away from that?
They don't tell you that part. You see, when I first got the marks, I thought they were pretty cool. Like, it was just something I was born. Like, I got them. It was something I was born with, and I thought it was fairly nice. My parents were happy for it. Those around me were happy I got them, and they said that one day I would be able to serve the Dark One. As if it was, like some sort of rite of passage. And yes, I was proud of it. I was happy with it. I adored these things. And then I learned why, or what they meant. And it went from something I was proud of to something I can't stand to see. At least couldn't stand to see. No matter how much I may try to hide it, no matter what I try to do with it, you can't wash it off, you can't magic it off, you can't wish it away. It's me.
But you found a way to hide it.
I did find a way to hide it. And I was fine with hiding it. It kept me safe. At least, I think it kept me safe. And then I ran out of medicine to hide it, and, well, he just lifts his hands like, yeah. Can't really... You can only hide and run from things so long.
Other questions?
I will recommend pulling from the
Stream chat.
stream chat, as those are some good questions.
Let me follow up stream chat real quick.
Oh, out of character, I'll go ahead and answer Ninja's question since it's related. If I can get rid of these marks, well, if you asked me that any day before today, the answer would be yes, happily. If I can get rid of them and keep them gone forever, I would have been. I'd be free. At least I think I'd be free. I wouldn't be marked. I wouldn't. Oh dear.
Sorry about that.
You're fine. I wouldn't be marked with death anymore. But now, well, now it's the only thing I got left from them. I can't get rid of these. It's the only reminder I have.
Do those the design of the markings, do they have a particular meaning? Or they just sort of fancy shapes? Or do they have a particular meaning to them?
If they have a meaning, I don't know it. What I do know is for other people who were marked with the Black Hand, the design is unique. It varies from person to person. Mine just so happens to be this design with this color. If there is a meaning to it, if the color means something, I don't know it.
I'm not sorry.
I'm sorry, I can't restrain my laughter out of that one.
I'm not sorry.
As in that being the name of the mark?
Oh. Anyone else?
So I got a question from Jackpot.
Oh.
Well, I do have one thing, though I don't know how long it'll be, so shit, I had it lined up in my head, and the moment I opened my mouth, and just gone.
Take your time.
So, what was your plan exactly? When were you going to inevitably come out and tell the rest of us all of this? What was it going to take for you to finally spill your secret?
Honestly, it was going in that direction for a while. I felt, like I said earlier, I felt confident enough to tell everyone about it. And yes, while you were the main caveat, we were starting. At least I feel we were starting to get a better relationship. Actually, not hate each other's guts, or not feel like we want to tear each other, or at least I don't feel like I want to tear you limb from limb every time I see you. It was improving. So, who knows? Maybe at that point I would have said something, but to put it in words of a skit I saw when I was traveling, I don't know. I didn't think I'd get this far.
I need a moment to mentally recover from that reference. Can't believe he's dating Mr. Krabs' mom.
What?
What, you forgot what that line was from?
Are you feeling
Fair.
it now, Mr. Krabs?
Fair. Continue. I'm sorry.
Excuse me. I just can't help but wonder what perils and what issues we could have avoided if you had told us all of this up front. We would have known we could have known more about what Gigas was, more about who was using it. Damn it. I might not, if you had told us, I might not even be this. He just gestures down at himself, all purple and mostly Vaporeon, but kind of not. Just... He just kind of goes quiet at that and just broods on his thoughts, really.
Caster, do you blame Levi for what happened at that day?
Honestly, part of me wants to. Part of me wants to say, "Oh, if he had told us, then this wouldn't have happened." But I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Personally, I blame myself for what happened that day.
Regardless. Levi,
Yes.
if you and the others did encounter a zealot who did recognize you, what would you have done before the throw happened?
Easy answer would be play dumb. Pretend not to understand, but no. That doesn't happen. If I saw a zealot that recognized me, you'll have to forgive me, but I would probably break one of the whatever rules that you guys may have and do my darndest to kill them. Because if they knew who I was, they could go tell someone else. And if they told someone else, it would escalate beyond any semblance of control that anyone may have. But hey, at least they wouldn't have been able to say anything. Even then, I'd end up probably imprisoned for doing that, because I'd be breaking one of the many rules that y'all probably have, and if I end up in prison, well, at that point, I'd be dead.
Rules aside, I'm pretty sure you would be in prison for simple murder. But that's
Yes.
neither here nor there.
That would have been what put me there, and after that, you'd be surprised the efforts the zealots will go to please their god.
Not at this point, anything would surprise me, given all the stories I've heard.
Most of them are true, Apollo. I imagine most of them are true.
And so it looks around the room. Is there anything else?
I imagine this is a question that's going to be asked eventually. What happens now?
That is up to you guys. Best case scenario, I don't know, I get exiled. After all, with something like this out and about, why would y'all want to work with someone like me?
We'll
And
figure
then
that
the worst
out.
case scenario is prison, and then I die.
We'll figure that out later. We still have one other person to question.
I'm going to say what I said last night, Levi. I don't think you are inherently evil. I would have noticed it a lot sooner if you were.
Thank you.
B, you come in here, please?
Yes? Yes?
Would you escort Levi back to the office and bring Rhea?
Of course. Come on, Levi. Alright. And that was not what I wanted, roll 20, but okay. Rhea, it's time.
Yeah, sure.
You need help getting down?
No. Rhea's team doesn't even look at her when she steps in. She appears to be putting most of her weight on her left forepaw. And taking quick steps on her right before she goes to the stool and sits down.
Excuse me.
As we've stated before, we have our questions, and if anyone else in the room has their questions, they may ask them afterwards.
And as we said before, answer with the truth, the whole truth, and with utmost honesty.
Here you go, Rain.
So let's start with this. What did you do when you were among the zealots?
What did I do? Well, I was never sent to any missions, if that's what you mean. I was always deemed too weak. In fact, I didn't do much of anything.
Interesting. Too weak. Yet you've managed to give one of our teams a run for their money every now and then. What changed?
You mean with Team Darkstorm?
More so, what did you do to get stronger? General training? Alchemy? Gigas?
You just kind of make a little scoff at that. No, Gigas seems like a stupid thing to do. But I did do a fair bit of training with Team Darkstorm. She kind of makes a glare at Restgrill outside the door. It's a lot of training.
Noted. Well, that rules out one of my questions. So, do you know who the Dark One is?
Of course not. No one does. We just did sacrifices. That's all anyone knows.
Did you ever handle the sacrifices yourself?
No. And I'd probably be sickened if I did. Well, that's already done, isn't it?
Let's not dwell on it then. Before joining your team, have you ever fought a rescuer before?
Again, too weak. I've never even met a rescuer until I met You know what? I won't even finish that. Her glare goes back at Rescuo, just stares back at her.
Interesting. On another topic, remind me again, which group of zealots were you a part of?
The Wardens of Strife, led by that bastard Arnold.
What were you known for within the Wardens of Strife?
What was I known for? Well, I was barely known at all.
Or at least what your group was known for?
Well, we were trained to be offensive. Go to places where, at least where Arnold saw there was too much peace, and raise a little chaos. Call it stupid if you want. But Arnold figured if there was too much peace, there could be no progress.
See. Progression through conflict. What are your thoughts on the former leader of the Zealots, Zor-Elon?
Oh, him? He's an idiot. He's pathetic and ridiculous for trying to raise a damned alien of all things. But I've never met him, so what would I know?
It got a small chuckle out of Rain, but it didn't show, just sound. So, while you were too weak to fight among the Zealots, did you do anything beyond chores? Any crimes? Anything of note?
Never would have had the chance. I was always kept in my little hole with my parents. Never really saw anything that the others did. Because I never wanted to do anything.
When did you leave the Zealots?
Oh, I'd say about 2 months ago. When I saw that happen.
Oh, what happened exactly?
My parents were taken from me. Sent to their last dark one.
Your parents. Were they marked?
Yes. They had marks very similar to, well, him. And as I said, had I seen them on him, I would have recognized him immediately, known who he was.
But he kept them hidden.
Seems so.
Excuse me. In your time after escaping, what did you do? Did you, or at least, how about this? How long did it take you to go between being considered too weak and remaining in a hole for as long as you make it seem, to meeting up with your team?
I kept low. I didn't really visit any cities because last thing I wanted to do was run into anyone who might have recognized me. As if anyone really would. But that's beside the point. I did what I could to survive and get strong. And then I met Zeno. And he gave me a view that I didn't expect. But you know what? That's not part of the question, is it?
Oh no, do go on. If then
I felt Lino was, well, similar to me. Driven from his home, his parents dead, and it sparked something. I felt I could trust someone again, but as you can see, that didn't go so well. My team did it.
Unfortunately, I only see it with one individual in particular, but on to the next question. Is there a cure for Gygus?
Hell if I know.
I see.
I've never even seen the thing.
Really? I was led to assume that the drug was had something of a ubiquity among zealots.
Well, evidently we don't all use it, do we? I've only heard of it.
As the sect or faction, whichever term you want, as the ones who were actively attacking and combating people, you would think they would have more of it than most. It doesn't make sense.
Come to think of it, you would think that, wouldn't you? Well, if I have seen it, I wouldn't have recognized it.
I see. Where... Do you know where you ran from? Where you call it your... Oh, go ahead.
I prefer not to think of that. It was somewhere in the fields. There was no map, of course. At least, not that I ever saw. I just ran towards the sun, and then I don't even know.
Do you know the time of day you ran? Was it morning? Night? Well, dusk, anyway.
Sometime in the afternoon. After I saw it happen, I just couldn't think straight, and I left. I ran as far as I could.
I see.
And they didn't ever come after me, at least not that I saw.
Yet they made it clear upon finding you what they wanted.
Well, Lethero made it clear that I wasn't useful to them anymore. As if I ever was.
Interesting contrast.
Just a failure.
some reason, I'm wondering just how much of that is true. What happened to your arm?
What happened to my arm? She gives a point to Castor. What do you think? I struck him and his body struck back. And sure, Levi may have given me an antidote, but I could swear I felt something awful when I touched him.
I see. Well, Poison Point does that every now and then. Excuse me. Does anyone else in the room have a question?
Hadrock will lean in, but this question will wait till everybody else has asked theirs.
Yeah, I'll take the closing question.
That's what I was saying with the.
All right, you can take it.
Anyone else beforehand?
No, nothing here.
Caster?
Nope.
All right.
So, Hadrock will take one last look between the way Rhea and Ruskul have been glaring at each other before looking over to Rhea. So, how was it that you ended up with this team of crooks? He says, gesturing back to the rest of Team Darkstorm with his staff.
Do I make a little growl at that? It doesn't do anything. How'd I end up with them? Well, after meeting Zeno, he sort of introduced me to them, and, well, seeing them, I felt like they needed some spine. Phil stares over at her and is like, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Really? You ran away from home because you were worried about what people thought of you, and you hardly do a damn thing about Reskiro when it gets nippy. I've been keeping this team from falling apart. You're really walking on thin ice. Don't bullshit me. You want answers? Shut up! Zeno sparks up a bit, and he shouts, I trusted you. I thought you were the only person I could depend on when things got tough. And then you were part of them all along. Don't say you have any right to judge how we are. Zeno, I don't want to hear it. My sister and brother are worried sick about me. Sis doesn't even want me with you guys, and now because of you, I'm a wanted criminal. I didn't intend on that to happen. Well, it did. We'd never have gotten that notice if you weren't here. Trying to protect him and you almost got him fucking killed. Good job. Don't stand up for me now. You never did before. I just wanted... Rhea stumbles a bit as she appears to be getting dizzy. And soon after, she collapses onto the table, falling unconscious.
Whoa.
Okay. Rain's gonna pick up Rhea and immediately get moving towards the infirmary. Clear the way.
Out of character, when you say pick up Rhea, all I can think of is him picking her up and then like spooling her in like it's a roll of wire.
Like, well then.
Good. Bring the Linoon.
Give you temporary control, if I can.
Got it.
I don't think I can do that. I'll just move her with you.
Alright, so just gonna...
Let's just all forget the fact there's a medic right here on the table.
Guys, if you will, could you come with us?
Us?
Yes.
See, come on.
Whatever she says fair, I think we need to hear it.
Oh dear.
And
As he passes by Ruskull, Padrock can't resist the urge to flip him a sideways bird as he passes by.
And Levi can see everyone rushing out through the door. Levi and Reuben.
Well, I wouldn't call that a shock, but seems she's been trying to stifle her own injuries a lot more than I thought.
Come on. I'm just waiting on her to come along.
We're like a dozen
I know.
characters.
I know. Take your time. Take your time. I'm just gonna fast forward into here. Just put her on the bed.
If Levi and Reuben are gonna come along.
What the heck's going on? Reuben just quietly holds on to Levi. It's like, we're supposed to stay here. But, you know what? Compromise. If Rand doesn't like it, he can hate me later. Come on. He says that he grabs Levi and runs off towards the infirmary.
Lucina kind of makes a little glance at them as they're running off before sighing and shaking her head.
Theo, meanwhile, will check in on Leela and Farah, seeing if they want to come along before following herself.
People can gather outside if they want. No, do not move the lamppost.
Taking the lamp with you. Like, eee.
So, as Rhea is set on the bed, she's just lying there motionless. And Anak comes over and looks you over before looking at Rains, like, and what happened with her?
That's what I'm bringing her to you for, Doc. She was at the table, she was talking, and she passed out. I would say it was from poison from earlier. However, we did cure that. That poison was cured. I don't know what made her pass out.
Strange. Elizabeth, can you check her?
Yes? Elizabeth begins taking a few vitals from Rhea, trying to get a better idea as to what might be causing this. Well, let's see. Well, I'm looking over her body. At present, her symptoms include what looks like just mere exhaustion, though that's only just the tip of the iceberg. Look here. We have several, what looks like scar tissue having formed right here from repeated hits taken in this area, along here, all along the torso as well. It looks like, given the way that her right hind leg is positioned, that she sustained a fracture here some time ago, but it never got proper medical treatment and it healed improperly. It's nothing too bad, but, well, that leg's never going to be the same, even if we were to try and do reconstructive surgery. I am seeing something interesting, though.
Like
Hang on
what?
just a moment. Let me grab a little something from over here. Excuse me. She grabs what looks like small test vials, as well as a syringe. Pours a few chemicals into one of them before taking the syringe out and drawing just a bit of blood from Maria. All right, try that off. The blood goes into the vial with the chemicals. She shakes it up a bit, and then the blood turns like a few certain colors. That's what I thought. She's been exposed to ZRD before. She's had it a few times, though I can't really say how many times she's had it before.
I had a feeling that wasn't the whole story.
Well, these are trace amounts, so certainly nothing that would be required to give a proper reaction, the way that is seen in the field.
Are you saying she has taken it?
Correct. Though whether it was by her own will or someone forced her to take it, I can't say for certain.
You mentioned fractures and scar tissue.
Correct.
Is there a chance that she may have been abused?
I don't even think abused even covers it. Part of me is wondering how it is she's even able to function as a rescuer right now. And many other people, I would be writing up for partial disability.
Yet here she is.
It does lead me to believe that she's got a remarkably high pain tolerance. Not that that's a good thing for her. There may be something we might be able to do, but it's going to take time, a lot of patience, and a lot of time away from the field, periodically.
Well, you know she's been protecting me this entire time. How many hits has she taken from me? But she's only been in the team for a few months.
You'd be surprised how much damage someone can take within a few months. Answer the question.
She frequently covered Xeno whenever we were in any kind of conflict. She was always in front of him, always taking hits for him. But there was one time early on when, a few weeks after she joined the team, that she collapsed like this. We've got her healed at least as much as we could, but she never really talked about what happened before.
Let's see.
Rhea seems to be just twitching a bit as she slowly opens her eyes and looks around. looking confused where she is.
Well,
What the hell happened?
you passed out is what happened.
I feel like shit.
Yeah, I imagine you feel that and so much more. Now, I'm still waiting for a full answer. So let's try this again. What is your relation to the drug, to Gigas?
Told you I've never even seen it.
Really? Then it would seem... Actually, better question. Rather than having any sort of respect and or reverence, you insulted your former leader. What did he do to you?
I mean, he's an asshole. What do you think?
What did he do to you?
He yelled at me for the most part.
And?
It's not all he's done to you, Elizabeth chimed in.
She shakes her head, looks over at Restuo. He didn't do anything. Not him.
It wasn't him, then who was it?
Do you know why? Do you want to know why I rarely trimmed my fur? Why I always kept it as thick as it is? Sure, being what I am made it pretty easy. High noon, of course. But you've never seen it when I've had it neat. I've been beaten, cut, burned, and poisoned, tortured by Arnell and his damned helpers to make sure I was strong. I was the weak one, and I paid for it every fucking day. Because I didn't want to go along with what they were doing. My parents were the only moral support I had. Returning home, they always brushed me, told me I could get stronger. Sick fucking words now I think of it now, after what happened. And they knew it. They knew I'd be alone when that time came. Because they had that black mark. I never realized it. What kind of people do that to their own daughter? So when that damn Vaporeon struck me with his poison, all that weakness flooded back. I did everything in my power to get over it. She puts her paws in her head. They always made me drink something before training. It was disgusting, but I got used to it eventually. I didn't even know what it was.
Unfortunately,
What were some of the symptoms that you experienced after you had drunk whatever it was?
I just felt anger all the time. Whenever I went into their so-called training, they forced me to fight many Pokemon at once, but I never really could handle all of them. And when I got weak, they just throw me aside, and everything was still a blur after that. And then I'd wake up at home feeling just awful, and that's when my parents would try to comfort me.
see.
Careful.
Thank you for answering. That said, while not an officially recognized team, Team Darkstorm.
But
The same responsibility that I gave Team Eclipse, I leave to you. I don't expect an answer today. Actually, no, I don't expect an answer today. It is your team. It's up to you to decide whether or not they are still your team. Choose wisely, because whatever decision you make will decide what happens to them next. And of course,
and what am I supposed to choose?
whether or not you still want them on your team. Either way it goes, he looks back to Rhea. She'll receive proper treatment with either decision you make.
There's hardly a team even left to be on.
Really?
You've seen them. Zeno, Trell, Rhea. They hate my guts. So why the hell would they even want to be on the team? He just chucks his badge on the floor. Those aren't even ours.
I know.
I found him on
Last
some
I
team.
checked.
I found him on some team months ago when you rejected me. And decided to grab him and get away.
You know why I shouldn't.
Ow.
I'm sorry about that. Cat knocked over the microphone.
Oh, fun. Ruscio. Do you know why I said no?
After today, it's kind of easy to imagine.
So, you can learn. Good.
I was bullied as a kid. I'm not stupid. Of course I can learn.
So the following question is simple. You see the problem. You seem to understand the problem. So what are you going to do about it? You going to disband what you have here? Go your separate ways? Or are you going to go to hell and back and make sure you can fix it?
Are you joking here?
All hissed.
Can't be serious.
Rescue snorts at Patrick. Listen, kid. You may hate us after what we did, but we have nothing to do with you now. I was desperate, and I needed some way to figure out what to do with my team. And sure, it wound up being kidnapping. Sure, it may have put you in a bit of danger. I never really planned on hurting you, but I had to do what was necessary.
You practically threatened to kill me. You took my future from me. And now, you're officially getting considered to be an actual team? What kind of sick fucking joke is this?
You're right, it is a joke. Because there is no team. There never was.
I would hope not.
Skrill just turns around and smacks the shit out of Resco. He grunts and steps back. You're really fucking pathetic, you know that? As Rhea said, we have no spine. You're free to do what you want.
Get back here.
What?
Unbelievable. Patrick's right. Logical answer would be to ensure your entire team goes behind bars for what you did to him.
Still haven't really heard a reason as to why they aren't.
Simple. What good would it do? I'll figure out what to do with him.
Zeno.
As for Zeno,
He doesn't even look at Resco, but like, you should probably go back to your sister. I'm sure she's desperately worried about you. And forget you're with me. Not like I really have a place to go after this. I can't even go back to her. Because after today, I'm going to be in jail. No thanks to you. You barely had anything to do with the mission. I'm sure they'll let you off.
contrary to what you may believe, Rescue, Zeno did pull his weight in that mission. Unfortunately. A decision will be made, and you will all understand when it happens. But until then, you're staying put. Elizabeth,
Yes?
I trust you'll keep an eye on her, right?
I'll see to it she makes a full recovery.
Good.
This turned out to be a much bigger mess than we expected.
One problem at a time. Darkstorm. At least those of you who can stand. You will be allowed to remain here so long as you feel your teammates recovering. If you don't feel like you're a team, and apparently you don't, then come along with me, and we'll take care of the details.
Don't really have anywhere to go. And you can stay with Resco. Zeno? I'm gonna stay here with Rhea. She's the only one I really trust. Very well. Hey, Jericho.
Yes,
You'll keep an eye on her too, right?
I'll keep an eye on everyone here.
Thanks. Trevor. I know. No. You don't have to go anywhere for a while. If you feel you can't work, we'll give you time off. Just try and take it easy, okay? Trevor just slowly nods and sits down. Alright. Thank you. Linsilla nods and goes back to the door.
I'm gonna go ahead and take time to. Excuse me. I'm gonna go ahead and take time to get in contact with a few people over in Malva. Have them escorted. Then from there, they will be able to handle the legal stuff.
I'll get in contact with Zeno's sister and inform her what happened. He may not like it, but she needs to know.
Agreed.
What of Levi?
That's for his team to decide. Leave it up to me. Well, I may just go with the easy answer.
She looks over at Casper. You're the one with the harshest feelings about this situation. What is your word on the matter?
I'm not sure I can put it into words right now. There's too much has happened. There's too much to process. It's all gone to hell.
Very well. Apollo, what about you?
I want a chance to speak with Levi alone, please. If that's all right.
Very well.
Just over by the lake.
Proven would let go of Levi.
She goes down with them, at least trailing a distance behind. Not too close.
Levi, do you know what the most dangerous kind of enemy you can ever be attacked by is?
I don't know. One you personally offended? One scorned?
The one that you thought was your friend. The one that you thought that you could trust. As I'm learning all this stuff about you, knowing how little you trusted me, at least at the time, maybe I misjudged you. Maybe Castor was right. That I was expecting and hoping for way too much out of too many people. I suppose it's the closest thing I've ever gotten to betrayal. To know that I had misplaced my trust, and because of that, we almost paid for it hard on the last mission. The fact that Herman is now dead, I lay at the feet of Darkstorm. I don't hold you responsible for that. But are we ever going to have this problem again? Apollo says, looking over at Levi. Are we ever going to keep secrets from us? But are we ever going to be keeping secrets from either one of us ever again?
Apollo, there was a point of time when we first met that I thought you incredibly naive. I said you hadn't seen the world the way that it truly is, for all that it has to show, and for all the pain that it can cause somebody. That's what I felt. But you proved me wrong. Naive as you may have been, you were ready to show the world that you wouldn't care if it came knocking. You'd knock right back. I envied that about you. Just a little bit. I envied your ability to make friends quickly. The ability to feel that if I'm around you, I feel comfortable. I was honestly annoyed at myself for I barely knew you for a couple of days and it already felt like I could trust you, and I was annoyed at that. And now I can't help but look back and laugh at it.
Levi.
And
I'm serious when I say this.
I know.
What's been happening over the last few weeks, cannot ever pick back up again. The Zealots of Zorellen are only going to be getting tougher from here. And leaving surprises like this sitting in the wings, like time bombs ready to go off at any point, is a luxury we can't afford anymore. Somebody died out there because we weren't strong enough. Again, that's not your fault. I laid that one at the feet of Darkstorm for exposing him, and we just did the heavy lifting, albeit unknowingly. But we cannot be a team and keep secrets from each other any longer. Can you give me your word right now that this will never happen again? Paul lifts a paw up. Don't shake on this unless you absolutely mean to keep your word on this.
He would sit there for a moment and think about it. Think about a number of things before replying. The fear isn't that I will deceive you again. The fear is I'm not remembering everything.
You don't remember something. I understand. But if you know something and you don't say something, at best that's a problem.
In that case, there is one thing I can say. One thing I'm scared to tell because, well, I can imagine a number of you would be very upset if I did it. But let it be a sign that I don't want to deceive you. You are literally, you and the rest of the team are literally the last people I have. Even if the bond was made on shaky ground, because I was scared. I was scared of being found. I was scared of being found by you guys. I was scared of being found by them. I was scared of death. When you sit and think about all the consequences that you can have for doing the right thing instead of the wrong thing, and then the wrong thing instead of the right thing, you don't think clearly. You wonder, you ponder, you second guess yourself, and at the end of the day, it's met with inaction. So I will tell you something. And I'm not comfortable telling the rest of the team it. If I'm being 100% honest with you, I ain't not comfortable telling anyone else. But I'll tell you. He says before reaching up and just gesturing towards the necklace, this is an heirloom for my parents. Passed down from them to me. It is something else that I remember from them. And as I said at that table, I have taken it before. And if push came to shove, the only reason I can think of doing it again will be to protect you guys. I don't want to be sacrificed. But if I gotta go out, I'm going out on my own terms. And with that in mind, he just shakes the necklace. And it takes a moment, but you can see a small pocket of air move just along the glass. There's liquid in that necklace. He's been having it the entire time. I keep it as a reminder. And I save it for a rainy day. Tailor-made specifically for me. A Hail Mary. Gigas number 67. It isn't something I said at the table. But like you said, we're going to be a team. We can't be holding secrets. So I'll be honest. And I'll share that.
All right.
And I'm sorry.
Paul's paw is still being held out.
am genuinely surprised. I thought you were going to smack the crap out of me for showing you that. But if you're still
I'm gonna
willing,
smack the crap out of you if you use it. All right? You're gonna get stronger if you stay with the team, and I can get Castor. Well, he's gonna be like that for a while, and there isn't a whole lot I can do about it because, at the end of the day, he is right that there was a lot you weren't telling us, and he had a right to know. But when that honeymoon's over, and I can finally get him on your side, hopefully by then we're gonna have you at least strong enough that you don't need to use that stuff anymore. Hell, maybe we can use this as the framework for finding a cure to that thing.
well, you're in luck. Or at least, unfortunate luck. He says before reaching a paw out and taking Apollo's. I still remember a few of my creations. It's one of them. I lost the book, but they didn't take everything. They didn't. They certainly tried to take everything. There is another reason why I came here. Why I came to New Churchtown.
All right.
I didn't have any other place to go that I could think of that would be safer. My goal was to run. My goal was to get away from them as fast as I could, hide out, do something to just avoid being found and being sacrificed. And what better place to hide than in a place where the moment something like this has become known, you're as good as screwed. That was the thought pattern behind coming here. And surely enough, I got a place on the south side of town and laid low. And then I saw the notice. And then I didn't stay here. And then I ran, and, well, the rest is history. You know what happened after that.
I definitely remember the amount of bitching I had to put up with from Castor about it.
You and I both. But that's the truth of the matter. I ran because, well, if you guys learned the truth, because I had a feeling Rand would go through the proper connections as, hey, something's up with this mission. Let me ask around, and then he'd find out.
Something that is bugging me about that mission, as well as the one that Darkstorm got duped on. How is it that these things are continually going under the radar?
That I feel as though it has something to do with someone in the Black Hand, but I do not know. We were usually the ones that dealt with the supportive assets. You know, if we're all working together, then that means the funds that we had attained have most likely gone to more than just us. Most likely went to the Wardens, and most likely it went to the Old Path. And if that's the case, then I'm pretty sure some of our resources, say a forger, or someone who knows more about the system to get these falsified missions out. Someone has to know. For all we know, it's someone on the inside. I don't know, though.
Well, Let's see if we can't get Rusko and Rain to put their heads together and see if we can't find somebody over in Malva City in the forensics lab there who might be able to help us make sense of this.
Right.
This can't be the first or the second time they've done it. It's not going to be the last. They can track
I have a
something
question.
down.
Oh, sorry.
They can figure out who it is dropping these things in, assuming it is a person on the inside. Well, people like that have a lot to lose. And when they're about to lose everything, they'll start talking. Hopefully. At least that's the way Michael always mentioned it. But you had a question.
I got some bad news for you, Apollo. It's either if they're one of us, they're either going to start talking, or they're going to start, if they got nothing to lose, they're going to start drinking. But,
Assuming they even have something to drink.
well, for our sake, we better hope not. But as for the question, Darkstorm, we both know what they've done and the bad side of what they've done. But even with them impersonating a rescue team, I want to find out what good they've done. How they have helped people. If they've helped people. I know the team is all but in shambles, but I don't know. I want to help Rhea.
Rhea has definitely gotten a raw deal as far as life is concerned. But as far as the team is concerned, they need a much firmer guiding hand. Something or someone firmer than what Rain has to offer. But who? Apollo stops. Then he looks south. Levi.
What?
You know that obstacle that you periodically see prowling around here, right?
The muscle of Team New Dawn. Yeah. What about him?
Do you think we might be able to swing a proposal past Rain of having Donovan take those guys under his wing? If anything, he could probably give about as good as he could get from them. And a little more. You think about how rough around the edges Rusko is. Well, Donovan's probably the only person who could probably take that act head on, call it for what it is, and beat it out of him. And make a decent rescuer out of him if the whole idea goes through. I'm taking a shot in the dark. For all I know, it's probably the worst idea I've come up with since the time I took Castor to the north side of Cassia, and, well, we made asses of ourselves after we managed to slide ourselves down into one of the few divots along Lake Harmony that you couldn't climb back out of.
I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, Rain is... I disagree that Rain's a bad leader.
I'm not saying he's a bad leader, but I just think that Donovan's got a little bit more of the mindset of somebody who knows how to work with people who fall on hard times. I mean, actually, hang on a second. Let me roll general education real quick.
Thanks, Crash, for the 5 gift subs.
Okay. I remember Donovan was involved in something before joining Team New Dawn. And I'm drawing a blank on it, but I just feel like he's got the right amount words out of character. They are failing me, and they are failing me miserably. I just feel like he's got the right sort of personality and leadership style that he can point them in a more positive direction and turn any of the extra baggage they've got to an actual constructive aim. You think about how Resko is running the team right now, or if you can even call it a team. I think Donovan knows how to actually channel that sort of anger and aggression a lot more constructively.
Maybe you're right. No, that makes sense.
Oh,
But-
anywho.
oh.
Go ahead.
I say we run it by Rain. Rain doesn't seem like someone who believes in, well, prisons.
Never really struck me as the kind.
That said, given his tone earlier, how he was talking to them, he wants to help them. He'd rather, whatever punishment it be, whatever punishment they may have, it seems like he'd rather they work to improve themselves to fix the issue than put them away and leave them there to rot. Frankly, I like the idea. Besides, as annoying as those guys are, I'd rather they improve than just
Go away
disappear.
and rot. Yeah. Well, we should probably head back and get with the others before we're missed.
Yeah, that, and let's be honest, Apollo. You still gotta deal with me. I got one yes to stick around. There's still the other three.
Well, can't imagine Alavi and Patrick will be too difficult to deal with, but Castor, I think, is going to be a pretty safe. He's got a bone to pick with you, and he'll pick it hard.
Honestly, tell Castor to meet me in the freaking training ground.
Oh, you could tell him yourself if you want.
Sure. Why not?
All right. Let's be off then.
You two took your time.
We needed it. And, well, an idea came up that I think both you and Rain might be interested in.
Oh, really?
I'll discuss more later tonight.
One that I feel plays more to the Guildmaster's strengths. Speaking of possibly playing to strengths, Castor. If he's there.
Artemis?
You're mute, Audie. There you
Sorry,
go.
I forgot. I muted earlier and I forgot. Sorry.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is it?
Meet me in a training field. Please.
Before you two do that, I have a proposition. Since you look like you're ready to beat each other up. So,
What's on your mind?
Lucas, Felix, I'm sure you can meet us there, right? Of course. We'll see you there.
Should we get the others?
all 5 of you will be coming with us. I spoke with Rain.
What's going on?
I plan on taking you somewhere. Might be beneficial for you.
All right.
Let's see, here I am. Oh,
It might help you to brush off a little steam. So, how about it?
I mean, I'm still trying to get see what everyone else thinks about me so much as staying around and staying alive. But your offer sounds mostly friendly. Sure. Let's see what you have to offer.
Well,
I'll be there. Apollo. Oh, sorry.
Padrock, follow me. Can you come here, please?
Fine. He'll give Leela one last little nuzzle before rising up from his seat.
You going to be okay,
And-
Patrick?
No. I'm not.
Just get this over with.
I'm sorry. Out of character, couldn't hear that at all.
He was intentional. He basically said, "Let's just get this over with" to himself.
That's gonna move on.
I'm gonna be taking you 5 somewhere. It's close by. So can you come with me?
Lead the way.
Fine.
He takes them over towards the west of town.
Long strides. Long strides.
Further and further we sink into the abyss.
And as she does that, the team leaves with her west of town, through the forest, and eventually they come to another open area with what looks like a few small houses.
So
It seems. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Patrick.
So what's this area?
This is where Lucas, Felix, and I stay when we're not in town.
Huh.
Seems like a nice place.
You never did elaborate where you did stay. I thought you stayed in town.
No, we have our own little settlement here. We just call it the Alternian Village. You wouldn't understand why, though.
You're right, I wouldn't.
It's just a little reminiscence of where we came from, is all. Anyways.
So where are we going here?
To meet with Lucas and Felis. And as they come over, the other Mightyena comes down the stairs and looks over at them. So, you were planning on doing this right now. You sure it's going to be good for them? Well, I hope so. If nothing else, it'll let them blow off some of that stress they've been having. I'm sure it'll be
Wait.
good.
You didn't bring us here to.
Yes, Alavi?
I don't know where my mind is wandering, but did you bring us here to train?
You could say that.
I'm not sure I'd be focused enough, but okay.
Well, consider it a way to get your mind off of the things that have happened and back to, well, you could say the action without actually being there. We're planning on teaching you a few things that we learned a long time ago back in our colony. A different way to use moves, so to speak.
Different how?
I thought there was only one way you used moves. You either learn it or you don't.
Well, us in the Legion have learned to be quite out of character, I'm forgetting the word.
Proficient.
Flexible.
Versatile.
Versatile.
Flexible.
Flexible.
We learned to be quite flexible with the way we do things. We don't simply do them the way that you always see them done. If you remember Lucas over there using that little move that he did, vacuum cut, there are more ways to do that. And there are more ways to do just about every move. You just need to focus and figure out how to put it. Yeah. If you'll allow me, Lucas. Of course.
Next thing she's gonna tell us is how we do it faster.
Silly you put it that way. Because... And she charges up what looks like some dark energy before.
Huh?
Firing it off at Lucas.
Oh.
And the move that she used looks like a dark pulse, but it looks like it fired off a lot quicker. And he's struck by it, but he doesn't take quite as much damage as it would seem he should have. It seemed to be a weaker version of the move, but controlled in a way that it fired a lot faster.
That was new.
Way to make me eat my words already, will you?
How did you do that?
A lot of control, a lot of training, and just knowing to keep your mind out of the box. That was an agile style. A way to use a move in a much faster way, which allows you to move faster afterwards.
Is there any particular point to it? It
No.
just looked like it was weaker.
If done right, you can take advantage of how fast it is and be able to do other things. And we believe that you learning this would make your missions go a lot smoother. Instead of just using your moves the way you use them, you can use them in other ways to give you an advantage. For instance, you can use a weaker version of the move and then be able to take an action sooner. Or you may even be able to take more than one action in a reduced period of time. Or...
Wait, you're saying that you could easily use a weaker move twice over?
Indeed. Or you could use a stronger version of the move, and she charges up again before firing a much bigger dark pulse at Lucas. And he sustains it, doesn't appear to take much damage from it either. It seems that he's already well trained with taking hits, and he just shakes it off before standing back up and giving her a nod. Then she looks over at the team and she's like, you could use a stronger version of the move. It'll take a lot more energy and a lot more focus. And it may very well leave you worn out afterwards. But it's something you can do if you're intent on finishing the job soon.
As a finishing blow.
You could say that. Now, if you were paying attention to my stance, when I was using Dark Pulse twice, I was standing in a very different way. I was standing first in a position where I intended to strike again afterwards. There wasn't as much focus on the move, but had I been intentional on taking Lucas down, I would have moved again right afterwards. The second time, I put a lot more focus in the move, a lot more force, and that wound up letting me use a lot more power in the move.
Out of character, where's Castor? I don't see him on the map.
Where did I go?
Where did you go?
My token is gone.
That is confusing.
I was like looking around for a moment, like, wait, where's Castor?
Yeah, I just noticed
The
that.
map and couldn't see him.
Did I
Can you
accidentally delete it?
can you still see the map?
I can see the map and nothing's lit up.
Did you get put on
I'm
the
just gonna
map?
drop you there again.
Weird.
I think you got put on the map layer, perhaps.
Maybe. Or I accidentally deleted it. Somehow, I don't fucking know.
That was weird.
Anyways. So. We're wanting to teach you these various ways to use your moves. And this is where you'll be able to blow off some steam. We won't be attacking you, but you can sort of spar with us, or each other, in that case. Practice these various ways to use moves, and who knows, you may very well be able to get a hand in it and use it during your missions.
Alright.
So, we'll start with you first. Apollo, can you come here? Lindsay was talking.
Up you go. There you go.
So, what is the move that you feel most familiar with, that you use the most?
Right now it's Slash.
Flash. Okay. Now, take a stance just like this, and she lowers herself, but also presses her claws against the ground as though she's about to charge. Are you with me?
All right. So
Now.
far, yes.
When you do this, I want you to strike me and then quickly jump back, and make sure when you do so, you're prepared to charge again, but don't do it yet.
Okay.
And you may now use an agile version of Slash. She takes the hit and then makes a slight wince, but she doesn't look too heavily damaged. She shakes her head quickly and then raises back up to look at Apollo. That was Scratch. But then she makes a small nod. The stance could use some work, but here, try again.
Womp.
She takes a step to the side as she about to be hit, watching him pass by, and then gives a little smile. See? That was much faster, wasn't it?
Was. Got shit technique, though.
You'll get used to it in time. It just takes practice. Everything takes practice. So, Levi, faster. I think you two have some issues you deal with, right?
That's putting it lightly.
Perhaps you should try these moves towards each other,
Oh boy.
and I'll be watching you. Apollo, Halloween, if you will.
I mean, need to put in the style calculations on my moves, but
You can, if you don't have the calculations, you can just reduce the move by 2 damage base before you use it. Or raise it by 2.
oh, okay.
Just remember to set it back to what it normally is after you use it. And do you have the macros for the style animations?
Do not.
I'll send those to you.
There's probably a way to input it like Apollo has it, but we can do that later.
Since you don't yet have the macro, you can just announce it before you use the move.
Ah. Well, go ahead. You deserve it.
No, see, while Levi is in the middle of saying that, Caster's gonna go.
It's like he's gurgling.
No, my Murloc noises. Oh no, I was looking at Slash for mine.
My Murloc noises.
Technically, you'll have to move up closer for that, but I'll just give that to you.
Oh.
It's fine.
Don't worry about it.
Why did I think it was range 4? I was thinking something else. That's my bad.
It was cone too, yeah.
The move hits Levi.
Just leave. I just like the hands are all over the floor, just spitting. It's like some of that got in my mouth. That was terrible.
In
I
my
thought you wanted to
defense, you told me to.
I did.
It's like you told him. Like, I thought you wanted to hit me, not spit at me.
That's our style. Very good, Caster. Now you try, Levi.
He just takes a moment to do the same motions that he usually does to charge up electricity before stopping. It's like, no, that's too much. That's going to take too long. Let's try to do this right. Ooh, not that much electricity, but a little bit. Do it faster. Smoother. And hey! That works.
What?
You
Yeah.
put one of the tanks and the person who has 0 special attack next to each other. This is going to be a wet noodle fight.
I was about to say, like, how much special defense do you have?
A lot.
Wow.
Well, at least we know they won't hurt each other too much.
To be
This is going to be a slug fight.
To be fair, I did pick up a trait, an edge that can help out with this, but
Let's not apply it right now.
let's not apply it right now.
She makes a small nod to Levi. Your stance and focus could take a little bit of work, but you'll get to it. And also, try not to worry too much about what you're doing before you do it. In actual combat, you're not going to be able to do something like that. Now,
Understood.
Esther.
Damn it. That one doesn't work. Hold on.
I can send you the actual macros.
No, I had it. It's just, it didn't save as a GIF, which was the problem. I used the macro, but it just didn't. No, not that macro. Not this macro.
Didn't recognize as an image.
Actual footage of Levi and Caster fighting.
Yeah. Stock boppers. More fun
Damn it.
than a pillow fight.
I don't care.
Old. Feel old.
You
So
gotta
is Caster the one with the red ones or the blue ones?
both. He has both.
Probably blue.
So, you can copy those two that I sent you in DMs directly to a macro.
Oh.
And she quickly steps back when he uses Dragon Breath. Your aim could be a little bit better with that.
Was that aimed towards Lens? Does that aim towards her or for Levi?
Yeah. But he got a 1.
Maybe.
Maybe? I don't know.
And like, your aim could be a little bit better. You almost hit me, but I
I'm
did
not supposed
see.
to know I'm not supposed to know this move, okay?
Fair. But I did see the force behind it. Just try and focus it a little bit more on your enemy than just trying to make the move stronger. Levi, you try next. You try the macros.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember a second.
You want me to try going stronger or stick to
Try using a stronger one.
Okay then. He makes the stance a bit more obvious as he's charging up a lot more energy, and after a moment, just spins it.
Oof. Wow, your normal was better than your strong.
That is an ouch. Huh. There is certainly some force behind that. Not a whole lot of force, but I could see your intention. Just try and work at it a little bit more, and I'm sure you'll get it.
Hang on a minute.
Right.
Now, Hadrock, Alavi, you can go train with Lucas.
Oh, okay.
So, where are you taking us?
Right here.
Oh,
So, you saw what those two were doing, yes?
yeah.
I've been leaning into the intent.
So, Padrock, I want you to try and do what you saw with them. First, try and use a move on me, but faster.
Alright. Here it goes. Now take a breath. Go for a quick shot. Oh.
Okay. Okay.
So what I imagine is like the eye does not open as much before it bursts out, rather than the normal waiting for it to open fully. Kind of gets half open for a smaller beam shoots out, striking the dark type in where, if it wasn't a psychic move, would probably hurt a lot.
Lucas kind of just watches the beam come in like a bullet and strike him square in the chest, but he takes no damage, and he just kind of makes a small grin to Padrock. Very good. Now,
Thank you.
try and do that, but stronger this time. Put more focus into it.
You want strong type next?
Indeed.
Deep breaths, Patrick.
Alright.
What you did was the agile style, now you're going to be using the strong style.
Same move, or can I use a different one?
Your choice.
As I said, deep breath.
Hedrock takes a deep breath, pulling back his staff as he winds up, letting out a yell of frustration as he...
Oh, look at that! Did you do another crit?
Yes! Be mad, boy!
Did you really just crit twice in a row?
Wait.
The record is 4.
That's a
The record is 4.
These are natural. These are natural crits.
Yeah. Lucas watches the flame billowing out of the staff right at him, and he stands his ground as it basically blasts right through him, singeing a bit of his fur, and then he shakes his head with a small grunt. Not bad.
I didn't know any better. I'd say he was trying to actually hurt you there.
I could feel the rage in that move.
Sorry, it's...
I understand. It's been a long day for all of us.
I
Something
just
you want to talk about later?
was picturing Renzo and... Sorry. Out of character, let me redo that line. I was just picturing Rusko and...
Well, he is another mighty Hina. But do exercise a little bit of caution next time.
Yeah,
This is a
yes, sir.
sparring session. And he stands back up, shakes himself off, and looks over at Ellaby. Your turn.
That didn't hurt you too much, did it?
Where I trained growing up, I have taken many hits. I am far more sturdy than you might think.
Okay. I can relate to that.
So, you try. Try and use the move on me quicker.
Okay. He closes his eyes briefly. Little glint pops up in his eye and just follows up with a quick beam coming straight from his eye. Just like
Pew. And he's struck by it, kind of just shakes his head quickly a few times as he looks back at Ellaby. Very good. Now, try and use a stronger version of that move.
Just this one, okay? Well, he's gonna follow by example as what he said before, but he takes a deep breath and lets out a shout. And was not looking where he was hitting, apparently.
Lucas jumps out of the way as he sees the beam fly towards him. Watches as it hits the rock wall, making knocking a few little rocks out of it before looking back at Ellaby. Very good, although you were a little bit off there.
I wouldn't say a little. I forgot that I had to be able to see if I was gonna do something like that.
Work on your aim, and then you can focus more on doing these different styles and moves.
That brings the question, is that what if a particular move is often not something you can just use on a whim? And if you used strong style on that, would that exhaust you? Would that take longer than the last time?
Well, you wouldn't be walking very well after that. Let's just put it that way.
I see.
You want to be careful the kinds of moves you use with these different variants.
But here is a question. If you used the agile style, and you decided that you wanted to use something else as a follow-up, would that be possible?
Of course. It just really depends on the kind of moves you use. How you use them, what you decide to chain together, or, these are the sorts of things that you learn when you're with us. And these are the sorts of things that will drastically change the way you fight your enemies.
So you're saying that I could possibly use Flash Cannon, and in that same instance perhaps even swap to recoiling back for Iron Defense or something?
It's entirely possible.
How often would you be able to do that then?
Like I said, it depends. How you decide to use your moves is up to you. I'm only opening more options for you.
I can see the benefit, though Hmm. What to do? What to do?
So,
Padrock,
Yeah, Valid?
you wanted to practice a move once before. What if we did it while we were here doing this?
That sounds like a good idea. I think we had something good going there with the distance flamethrower.
Yeah, you wanted to do this once before, but we never did get the chance.
perhaps you can show me.
You want us to show? It's not. We haven't perfected it yet.
Exactly.
We tried it once before. I mean, it was promising, but
Remember the reason you're here. To train.
all right.
If you will,
Padrock
you can come up here with me. I think those three down here there have other things to tend to. So, Levi, Castor, you two wanted to blow off some steam, so this is your chance to do it. This time I want you to do a real spar.
Real, huh? Alright. Sure. Let's do it.
Yeah, Apollo?
Hmm?
I trust you will watch them closely. They are part of your team, after all.
How could I forget?
We're still deciding on that part, Linsula. Especially with this one.
Of course.
Castor sighs for a second and shakes his head. Okay, let's get this on.
We roll initiative.
I mean, you can just see who goes first, but it'll be turn by turn unless you decide to use your moves in ways that give you extra.
I was planning to.
Yeah, because considering the fact that there are things that increase and decrease initiative,
Mhm.
I think this would be a good idea.
Yeah,
So,
let's just
Castor goes first.
Find some music first. You know what? It's not what you guys wanted, but it's still the theme that I chose. Where is it?
Hello again, Stormblood.
Oh, it is Stormblood, yeah.
So,
Okay.
with that, Castor can make his move first. And before we do that,
Oh boy, here we go.
That's why I left spark notes on my moves.
Yeah, I need to write these down at some point. I shall worry about it later.
Fair enough.
so Castor may make his move first.
Okay. No, I meant to move up and then hit that. Okay.
Lowers combat stage on special defense.
That is 16.
He kept his mouth closed this time.
Then there's not entirely a point because out of character I know, probably in character I know Leah outranges me, but
So, Levi, your turn.
Five. So Levi's going to move in.
And
Crap.
misses.
And miss before backing up too.
However, you can still do the mark on yourself.
We can still mark?
Mhm.
Good.
Using the move, you still have to get the mark, you just don't do damage.
Piccolo has taught you well.
And that. So that is a true priority move. The user's initiative is increased 1 tick, and they get 3 agile points. So on their next turn, they can use 1 move for their standard action. And caster.
okay.
Ooh,
I'm getting surprisingly lucky with these rolls.
yeah.
Right, that's
And then
more, but that's alright.
becomes -1. That is
Minus
That's
2.
-2 now.
true. And that is an at-will move. The user's initiative is increased 1 tick. So that would be
You get 2 agile points, right?
increased initiative on you. And they get 2 agile points, so you can mark those on yourself.
Here.
And now Levi.
Let's see. So, I'm going to start. Actually, I'll close this. Yeah. Move in. Next time.
Uh-oh.
Basically, just move in and just punch the crap out of Caster.
Let me check this out real quick. Fighting.
I'll let me shush.
Ooh.
One, two, three, four. And you want to put statuses, so you can play at that game.
So the move you do has to be. It doesn't have to be at the very start of your turn. You just can do 2 of them.
If you have 3 agile points, you can make 1 move before your standard action.
Standard action, not the move action. Okay.
And it can still be agile or strong.
Mm-hmm. So, quick is at will, and that is decreasing 1 tick. And the move may not be used the next turn, so it becomes an EOT move. And now it is Caster's turn.
Okay.
That just means I can't use it next turn.
Yeah.
Not that I would. I forgot about that.
He forgot about Poison Point.
No, I more so forgot that poison was resistant to fighting type. Still felt good, punch.
Oh yeah, and also
I should roll d20 first, shouldn't I?
Just made it, I think.
yeah, you just barely made that.
Oh, thank God.
Thing. Let me check.
It was a 5, I believe, wasn't it?
That is afflictions, paralysis, -4 speed, DC 5. Yeah. And also,
Go from +2 to -2.
3, 4.
Now they're equal.
So that was an agile style.
EOT. Which is...
As an EOT, the user's initiative is increased to 1 tick,
1 agile point.
and yeah, 1 agile point. And now Caster has 3 agile points to use on his next turn. And Levi.
1, 2, 3, 4. Move in. One, two, three.
Oh, I see what Levi's doing.
And Levi now has 3 agile points. And Caster.
Okay. Bump this back up to normal. Oh wait, hold on.
Nope.
So that is the move. Now you can roll again for your standard action.
Wait. What? I thought that was for paralysis.
Yeah.
Oh.
You still get to move?
Yeah. Because of the agile points, he can still make a move, but he won't be able to have his normal turn.
I see.
Fun fact.
You can roll again for if you... Yep, you make it. So now you can do a move.
I am become a turret. Got it.
Make like a turret and spit. Oh wait, he's not in range.
Out of range.
Since it was Agile style last time, does that mean I can use Dragon Breath again, or is it still EOT?
Question, yeah, you used that.
It would still be EOT.
Okay.
Yeah, you only just gain an agile point out of it. Okay.
Goodbye, but
I don't recall if we have all 6 moves or just 4. And I can never remember that.
what are you trying to do?
I can never remember if we have all 6 moves or just 4.
I currently use all 6 move slots.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case...
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Well, I guess this is the first time we're seeing this.
Oh,
Crit, and we have an environmental effect. What is it? Oh, jeez. May not even get a chance. Does paralysis work on your electric types?
Don't believe so.
But
No,
he
it
got
doesn't.
Yeah, it
knocked out
actually
anyway.
wouldn't.
Yeah, I figured as much.
You would see it coming and just get basically blasted back into the ground.
Well,
and that's the spar.
Caster wins. Fatality. Wait, that's not how it works.
Uh,
Levi gets knocked down.
Here we go. Go ahead and get rid of the status conditions.
Yeah. And Felix goes over to him, applies Peccaberry, and Zilla goes over to Castor and gives him a Cherryberry.
Thanks.
You'll get him next time.
Not as I am right now.
There's a very good spar. And Apollo, what did you think of it?
I liked what I was seeing. This was a very lore-heavy episode.
Not yet.
Where she was asking in character.
Uh,
We're not done yet, buddy.
I disassociated hard because I was AFK.
Billy,
She
It's been a long day for me.
you're fine.
Yeah. She said that that was a very good spar and asked Apollo what he thought of it.
Are the two of you done getting at each other's throats now? Or do we have to do this again sometime?
Castor will be back, so he can answer after that.
Well, that really depends.
We'll wait on Castor to get back before.
Yeah, I'm going caster.
Let's take a quick BRB for that. Switch to the thing. Ninja Blade asks, do you think Castor will ever like you, Levi?
Nope.
so we're
Not
taking a
even
quick
over a
BRB.
book. So
Yeah.
Not even over a book.
And be right back.
Till Castor comes back.
I'm back.
Which he is back.
Sorry.
Right as Patrick goes. Oh well.
No, there's just a scene between Castor and Levi, so we'll just continue that.
Yep.
So, go ahead, Apollo, ask what you asked her for.
Great.
Straydora.
Dang it!
I think he stepped away too.
And back.
There he
Hi.
is.
There he is.
Caster's back. You can go ahead and ask what you're asking again.
So, the two of you done getting at each other's throats? We still need to do this a little more.
That depends. He's like, just takes a moment to set up, or at least sit down and get off the ground. What I said earlier, I meant every bit of it. Literally, since day one, you have been non-stop harassing me about anything and everything. And yes, you were right. Kudos to you. You found me out. I was someone who probably wasn't to be trusted whatsoever. But at the same time, literally, I almost did say something about it. I didn't want to risk giving you more fuel to either ridicule or worse. So with that in mind, I was quite happy when we were actually getting along. Even for the brief time that it lasted. Started with a simple helping hand and you making sure you asking me not to embarrass you, and from there it actually started looking decent. Just a little bit. And then I messed it up because I didn't say something soon enough. So yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry for getting in your way, sorry for joining the team when you wanted it to be just you and Apollo, and I apologize for, not saying anything. Might as well do that. Even then, I'm still not even sure if I'm going to be here long enough to regret it. But I can at least say that much. Otherwise, I don't know if this will happen again. It really depends on if you want to, I guess.
Honestly, I don't know how to feel right now. There's been too many revelations and too much everything going on these past few days. I can't help but agree with you that we were getting closer bit by bit, as much as I hate, and it's coming from me. I would be loath to admit that.
Yeah? Yeah, you would.
There's still just that nagging part of me that wonders, what could we have changed if you had told us? What could we have done differently if we had all the information? But what's done is done, and there's nothing I can do. There's no moping around is going to change what has happened or what did happen.
Yeah. Honestly, as far as I know, biggest changes would be, well, you guys will have more information about the drug, even since the Purloin incident. So, there's that, I guess. Though, knowing Apollo, we probably would have gone headstrong towards the mines, and we wouldn't even have had a team name. As we go off to one of the more fortified locations, and, well, let's just say going to the mines directly when we were as strong as we were then wouldn't have been a good idea. Still not a good idea.
I couldn't see Rain, as flawed as his judgment is most of the time, sending us there on our own when we were so green, for lack of a better term.
Agreed.
I see your point.
There is another thing, too. We have been paying attention to the weather patterns around Solara, and we believe it may be clearing up in a few days. There may be a chance, if you're willing to work together as a team, that you may be able to go there and investigate.
Certainly interested in taking a shot at it.
Of course, when you do go there, you will also be helping to set up another teleport so that we can go there far easier in the future. So that will be your second objective.
So what? Go to Solara Town, set up an outpost, and, well, that will certainly ruffle some feathers if they start seeing rescuers over there. Not that I care.
Been almost half a century since Eternatus was beaten back. They should hopefully have prepared themselves for this by then.
I'm sure they have. I'm sure they have. But most likely for them, after the rush for information... Thank you, Caster. After the rush of information about the Dead Sea, I'm sure many rescuers were over there till nothing was left, and after they left, well, suppose the Zealots moved back in. Most likely they're dug in over there.
Well, a lot of things have changed since that facility was blown up. There is a very well regarded town, even if it's inaccessible most of the time, which is what we plan on changing. I do advise when you do go there that you take care, because there could always be shady people in the mine.
That, I agree, but that still requires me to get a yes from 3 people to actually stick around and help out.
Indeed. And it seems 2 of them are still out there doing their thing with Lucas. So we'll have to wait on that.
Well, I can at least get one answer. Maybe.
Mozilla just glances over at Casper.
Do what you will. Just don't expect me to trust you again easily. That's the best I can do.
You never did in the first place. So, I don't mind starting back from square one. That said, I'm gonna lay down here for a while. That freaking hurt.
Meanwhile, further up north, Lucas steps up and turns back around towards Elovie and Padrak. So, you're working on this move together, yes?
Yes, we are.
As, sort of a, stepping stone, yes.
Well-
We've not had time to really practice it. We've only ever gotten one chance to do it, and then ever since then, despite every attempt at trying to make a plan for it, well,
Well, here's your time. So, care to show me what it is you're working on?
Patrick, you still remember the move that we used for it, right?
Mhm. The gem on his staff ignites as he prefers.
Why are you doing this on me?
It's gonna be a little more awkward than it was the first time, though, Patrick, because you're a little, much taller than I am now ever since, well, you know.
Aluvi, hold up your gem.
Oh. Okay, I can try. He just kind of fishes out his gem from his bag and just holds it up with his, nose. Just tries to put it. He puts it right there on his forehead, basically.
Padrock will lower his staff, his burning green gem touching with the gem on Aluvi's head, and with his one of his hands he'll gesture here and point left.
So you want me to just toss? Well, I wouldn't even need to toss it. I can control it otherwise.
Ready?
We'll try.
3, 2, 1.
Shock.
With that, Lucas is struck back slightly by the power gem before the flames blast him. And
We'd be going in this direction.
Yeah, the gem was chucked here.
anyway, so the flames blast out, and suddenly at the same time, if I can click on it, that's great. This flame gets somewhat larger when it's exposed to the fire over here. Lucas watches and looks to see what the attack did before looking back at the two of them. Like, well, that wasn't bad. Could take a little bit more work. But...
Yeah, the intent is to cause a bit of a ricochet effect. Look at my gem.
Well, I could feel the blast wave.
Yep. Try to get the flamethrower working at a bit of a distance. I mean, if we work together, we could probably get those right at the start of the battle.
Well, I would advise that you work on this either in the mornings before you head on your missions or at night afterwards. I'm sure you'll get it in time.
Well, we've been thinking on how this would work in practicalities, but also, well, names. Like, Reuven had a name for his.
Yeah, Wildfire's already taken.
It does feel like it's a bit of a spear, isn't it?
Thinking of Pyro Spear? No.
That sounds a bit on the nose.
You'll surely come up with a name in time.
I mean, aren't most move names pretty on the nose?
Fire kebab. No, that's silly.
Pyro Pulse?
Doesn't really feel like a pulse, does it?
Lucas
Got a point,
makes
I
a little grin. He's like, perhaps you should think of a name at a later time. How about
Fine.
Well, suppose so.
maybe we should
Okay.
go back down to meet with the others?
There was the other attempt that we did as well, but it didn't have quite the effect as we intended it for,
Yeah.
which was Psy Beam and Flash Cannon. The intent was to blind somebody. But that's easily achieved through the move Flash, without needing to mix moves.
How about we go
Wonder.
back down and meet with the others?
Yeah.
Fine. You don't have to be so pushy.
Oh. Levi's on the ground. What happened?
Ugh.
So you two look like you had a bit of fun.
You seem to look like you've, gotten your, punches in, so to speak?
Really left. Out of character, is Bryce Artemis still here?
I'm here.
Yep, I'm sorry. I was muted and didn't realize it. This is just to respond to that, Livy. In a sense, yeah. We did.
Please tell me you didn't try to actually punch him. That would have ended badly for you.
Fine. I won't tell you.
And Zilla gives a little smirk.
And you wonder why I worry about you.
Sometimes I wonder why you worry about me.
I told you
Especially
before.
now.
I told you before when I visited you last night. Need I repeat myself?
If I may
Go
offer,
ahead.
Help.
if I may offer some advice, something that was frequently said among the people I came from. Levi, you want to work with Castor, yes?
Yes.
At the same time, that battle showed you didn't know much about him. Clearly, with the way you attacked him, it backfired on you. You should know your enemy when you're fighting them. But at the same time, be aware of what you are trying to do. Know yourself, know your enemy. Then you need not fear the result of 100 battles.
Right.
At the same time, if you know yourself but not the enemy, you will sustain a loss with every victory you gain. And worst of all, if you know neither yourself or the enemy, you will succumb to every battle. I expect you all will remember this.
Yes, Linsula.
If you expect to work on your missions, then you should be able to work as a team.
Linsilla,
Yes,
something that was mentioned in the infirmary before.
go on.
I overheard that Rhea was constantly throwing themselves in front of another one of their team members.
Zeno, yes.
I can't help but feel like I'm in the same position.
You appear like you're built for such a thing. She, however, was making a sacrificial move.
How bad was it?
To put it lightly, the injuries that she sustained during her time in the Zealots, as well as those that she took during her time with the team, could have nearly killed her if she hadn't been treated right away when she was.
I see. That would explain why she was so against medical treatment.
We'll figure that out later. You five should just focus on yourselves. And if you feel like you want to stay here and do a bit more practicing, do a bit more training, sparring, or just getting to know each other a little bit more, you can stay here as long as you want. And when you're ready to leave, I will bring you back to town.
Brings up a question. Lucas, you said you know a lot about the healing art, yes?
I do. Even before I joined the council, I trained a lot in medical treatment.
But you remember when you said that you couldn't teach your art of healing?
I cannot teach magic, but I can teach how to use, well, healing items and such.
Well, this isn't necessarily an item, but I was, well, informed that Jirachi may have given me something, and I'm not entirely all sure how to use it. Would you be able to know about anything of that sort?
I may be able to look into it. Perhaps.
It may not be the same request I made of you before, but this time I'm certain I can do it.
Suppose we'll see. And Linsilla looks over at Levi.
Alavi,
Yes?
go ahead and say what you said to me yesterday.
What part?
You said you were willing to repeat it.
That I did. Out of character, I actually have to go back and look at what I said exactly.
Go for it. I imagine it isn't too far back.
No. You asked what I gain from this. Well, I tell you again, it's nothing about what I gain. I tell you, you were a fool if you thought this was about repayment. Remember what Jirachi said? What Jirachi had pointed out? What I did for you while we were all there? That wasn't asking for repayment. That was just me doing it out from the bottom of my heart. I'm doing this because I don't feel like I have a reason to suspect that you are evil. I'd have seen it by now.
Right. You know, hearing that in the state that I was in earlier, and hearing that now, it's a lot differently. I'm listening.
I hope it sticks this time.
And I owe both of you an apology, both you and Padrock.
It's as you
It's
say,
frank.
I try not to look back in the past.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect either of you to pop up last night.
Well, couldn't sleep and figured I'd come in and check.
Anything it shows
Right.
that you did care.
Yeah, I guess you, yeah. I guess you didn't. But just to make sure we're all on the same page, would you mind if I stay? Because I want to keep doing this.
Luffy
Like-
glances toward Patrick.
I think I'd feel more comfortable with having you on the team. I know this cultist thing is a setback, but I still hate to use Rhea's words, but like I mentioned last night, you didn't choose to be born with the cultists, and unlike those in Darkstorm, you actually have been doing work to, well, help out, work with them. So I'm definitely willing to give you a shot.
Well, as the jury reached a verdict, I hereby declare that you are guilty of having friends.
You
Brimstone kind of just slaps her face in her own paw.
You absolute dork.
Ah, I had to say it in a fancy way. Otherwise, you wouldn't have thought I was serious.
Well then.
Oh. That's one way to say it. But no. As I tried so hard to do when you first met me, that life is behind me. I don't want anything more to do with them if I can help it. Well, there's one thing I want to do with him, and that's get rid of him. But I'm sure y'all want that too.
Well, I think we'll all be working on that. But
Yep.
that's for the future.
Rest assured. There is one thing I want to ask for y'all's help in. And I know I'm not in any position to ask for help, but
Mhm.
something that they usually do for anyone who's sacrificed is, despite being sacrificed, they still get a burial. They still have a place where they're laid to rest. The bodies, anyway. The soul's long gone, but help me find it. Please. I never got a chance to say bye to them.
Your parents.
Do you have any idea where?
That's the issue that I'm trying to figure out. Typically, Well, if they were near Malva this time, specifically in that area, then I need to figure out where they've been. If I can figure out where they've been, then I can figure out where it is. I'm going to have to probably work with Leo. Leo can probably figure it out.
We can try and look into it.
I want to try and do something. I know this is probably going to be a bit of a long shot, but
Huh?
I'm thinking Padrock would, as Castor is going explaining, Padrock would look at him through the staff and try to get a read on this. Try to possibly see if he can activate any kind of seer power to get something on this to help out with the answer.
You can make an attempt with a cult.
Please be good. Please be good. Please be good.
Attempt is good.
Ooh.
You can sort of see just a mountain area in the staff, but nothing really detailed comes out.
What are you staring at, Padrock?
As he looks through the staff, his expression goes from concentration to kind of a spark in his eyes as he clearly showing a bit of excitement for a moment before regaining his composure, because this is not the kind of subject matter where you would be showing excitement over. He'll pull his staff back aside as he looks down at Levi. Yeah, it's definitely the mountains. I have no read on which part of the mountain range, but that I can at least assure you the mountains.
Is that what you were staring at?
Huh. Guess all that training still paid off, huh?
Still doesn't
It's a wide
feel like
case,
enough.
but it's something to start with.
There's not a lot of mountains in this region, is there?
Go ahead, 8,000.
what I said was it. Sorry, but it just still doesn't feel like enough.
It's something to go on, Padrock. Don't put yourself down.
You know, the
Agreed.
mountains are very wide, but at least we can start there.
Yes. The small point in a big range. We can narrow it down over time.
Indeed.
Like,
You look.
Padrock, think about it. It's like, sorry. Were you going to say something before I did?
I was just gonna continue the scene.
He's like, he was gonna say, look at it this way, Padrock. At least you narrowed it down to a few mountains, instead of having to search all of the entire region.
I know, but
When Scylla looks over at Apollo and Castor and is like, do either of you have anything to say on the matter?
I haven't already said about it.
Likewise. Besides, it's getting late.
Yeah.
Very well. Well, like I said, you guys can stay here as long as you wish, and when you want to return to town, I'll take you back. Otherwise, there's not much room in the infirmary over there, only a couple beds, but if you don't want to walk back to town tonight, then you can stay there. Otherwise, I'll take you back.
I'm honestly fine with sticking around here a bit longer.
Just let me know.
Patrick, would you like to keep practicing here for the day?
I guess so. Means I won't have to look at Darkstorm. Sorry, that didn't come through too quietly on the mic, did it?
I heard it.
I heard it. We heard it.
Okay, because I know he's saying it in his breath, but it still needs to be said loud enough for people to understand.
I know you don't fancy
Okay.
them.
Hey,
I think with that, unless any of the other players have something they want to do, we can probably call it a night.
I think that's good.
I think that's a good place to stop right there.
Anyone else?
Yeah, that's probably a good spot.
mm-hmm.
Alright, and that's the session.
Ta-da!
And with that, that is the end of session 19. We are almost at 20. We are catching up slowly but surely to Rise of the Guildmasters.
Sheesh.
We're only catching up because they've been having days off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll
Yeah.
have some days off too, so we'll see. But players, what did you think of that session, Artemis?
I think it went pretty well overall.
Chris, what you think?
First, I'll say this. Artie,
Hello.
it's nice to have you back and not in pain.
Thank you. It's nice to be back.
Yeah.
Really is.
That said, I am happy and annoyed at the same time. And less annoyed with the session. The session was fine. I'm more annoyed about some of the decisions I made on the fly. Because it wasn't prepared. I'm glad how the interrogation went. I'm glad for the ability to, well, portray some of the characters as I did, except I wish I did better preparing for Rain. I was not prepared for that at all. Though, I think I was able to capitalize on some points here and there, but I flubbed the decision, and it bothers me. And I wish I could take it back, but I can't.
Or what we have.
Otherwise-
Sorry, which decision?
What to do with Team Darkstorm? I had no idea
Oh,
whatsoever. Like,
And we can always use that shit idea that Apollo came up with.
that wasn't the shit idea, though.
If Mako were around to play Donovan, I'm sure she would have a field day with them.
That's true. But what I do know is that, not gonna lie, I kind of want to work with Rhea, despite their background, because, well, not background, but despite their affiliation with Team Darkstorm. Because, I mean, I don't know. I imagine Levi and Rhea have a few things that they can bond over. Otherwise, I'm glad it was a good session. I'm glad I finally got to fight Caster, despite losing. I knew I was gonna lose. I was still like, screw it, let's just go for it.
Secret power crit says no.
Power crit says fuck.
I honestly expected to lose because I didn't have a lot of damage, at all. And then that crit happened, and I'm just like, oh.
Caster, you're a tank. He wouldn't have been able to beat you in the time that took you to beat him.
This is true.
Caster, how much health do you have?
Total 108.
Okay, I have 60.
Yeah, and considering all the poison procs that you've been getting on him, yeah, there's no way.
See, this is the key factor that I forgot. I'm like, wait a minute. Levi's a glass cannon.
Not even a glass cannon. He's just under. He does. If he was a glass cannon, he'd have a lot of attack. He doesn't. He's mixed. He's a mixed fighter.
See, keynote, he's not evolved. You are.
That too. So when he evolves, oh lord, he coming.
Oh lord, he coming.
Round 2.
And I'm honestly looking forward to the evolution because I still got to work on the commission. And anyway, I'm holding the mic too long. I'm gonna eat the mic at Harzaf.
So Harzaf.
Me? Oh well, there was just not enough Ace Attorney references, so I had to put that one last thing in there. I'm not sorry. I'm not apologizing for it. You can't make me. Anyway.
It wasn't a trial. If it was a trial, Levi'd be screwed.
It had to happen.
So.
Anyway, what I thought, well, there was a lot of things that were said. There was a lot of things that could have been done. I did not know what to do early on, but we eventually eased into it, and it ended up being a big old lore dump. But now we have Patrick and Luffy finally practicing that move that they've been desperate to do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they'll have all of downtime to do it, and further sessions.
Fun times.
So, Stray Tora, what you think?
This was a really interesting session just because we finally got to hash out all the what's actually going on under the surface with a lot of different characters. My opinion of Darkstorm has changed dramatically. Rusko can, no. No, I'm not going to say that on the internet. This isn't 4chan. I can't speak like that.
I was the same way in regarding the Darkstorm. My opinion changed to them pretty drastically as well.
I finally got to see Levi and Caster duke it out. I'm finally glad we got to air that bit of laundry out, but that said, I enjoyed this session a lot. I wasn't obviously doing a lot of talking, and I'm fine with that.
Sometimes you just gotta give the spotlight to others. So, 8,000. What do you think?
Well, this was quite nice fun. This was quite neat. We got some things with Padrock. He's definitely having some mixed emotions now that about where he's ended up. And oh boy, he's a Dark Charm. I will say it did pretty much the stuff his Dark Charm was mostly in character, but there was the one out of character annoyance with the bit he didn't hear about the I forget the exact wording, but it was like reason for keeping around being like what else? I forget like what was like what else could we really do, or what would be the point of punishing Storm for their actions? Like that annoyed me a bit out of character. I'm getting into the sparring. It's definitely going to be nice getting to use the agile and strong mechanics. It's going to be nice.
Bringing Legends Arceus mechanics into the roleplay. Woohoo!
Oh, you have no idea how I'm going to abuse this system.
Too bad we didn't have a little bit more for the downtime or a town session bit, but with everything that was packed in, it makes sense that we kind of cut out any kind of town session bits.
Yeah. Huh. There's still plenty to do in the future, but we'll get there. Alright. And picture time.
Full disclosure.
John?
Oh, we got a bunch.
I was just gonna say. I guess it's just
Wait, Fraud, no, don't
me
leave
going
it.
with Padrock and Padrock and Leela moment. Okay, my brain's probably from how late it is. Let's go to pictures.
Picture time.
Fraud. It's literally Fraud. Don't leave yet. We got pictures. We got a bunch today.
We got a number of pictures. First one from Flaros, of course. Another model work.
From
The awesome,
Downtime.
amazing Flaros.
I think this was a downtime related one.
Mm-hmm. This one's
Yep.
titled Levi Eloise, Are You Okay? Trying to comfort him, then walks out leaving a Orin there. That was quite a downtime too.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a big one.
Little thing that was posted. I personally response fixing what to say.
We're still responsible for taking like
And
He's like, no, I didn't. No, that's not how it worked. No.
and Faraz already left, so he can't defend himself.
That's why I said for him to wait. He didn't wait.
The next picture done by let's see.
Dun, da, da.
This was
Jackpot.
done by Jackpot. In the courtroom, Levi being prosecuted by a pastor. Olivia is his lawyer, and Apollo and Padrock in the stands.
This is why.
I was like, objection.
Speaking of objections,
Nice.
objection.
that was something I edited onto the sprite work that Ed Flaros did a long while back. I just put the little text in there.
And then another thing that I think Jackpot did. Let's see. Yeah, Jackpot's like I made an attempt to actually get icon instead of poorly editing the animation.
Caster, get drawn.
Yeah, didn't Flaros also make some sprites for him too?
Mm-hmm. But okay. And next one done by 8000.
Uh-oh.
Levi in the interrogation room.
It's like, wait, does this mean I get a call?
Who would he has no one to call. That's the sad thing.
Yeah.
I am so tempted to make a Ghostbusters joke there.
And then a Ninja Blade, which gives Caster a feeling it's the power. Money, status, being right about Levi.
Wrong.
Not wrong.
I was like, I was right. I was right. Mm.
And then sprite work done by Flaros. For Caster. So, now
Again?
Caster's got a bunch of emotes to play with.
Flaros is awesome and amazing at their work.
So you look toward the bottom. Happy, vappy.
The boy.
Also, the very most bottom one on the left, where he's got the like the little sweat drip. Yeah, that's him when he was like, "Yeah, okay, I guess I'll let you stay," kind of face.
And then last one, done by 8,000. The dark one is a Shuckle. The dark one is Giratina. The dark one is Padrock from a universe where he has self-esteem. The dark one is a Mimikyu in a Giratina costume. The dark one is Tyranids. The dark one is Necrozma. The dark one is Eternatus with a mustache.
Oh, is the Pterodaxes? That is biology.
Good night, Ninja.
Night Ninja.
Night,
Also,
Ninja.
everyone when they first saw that, who the fuck's Pterodax?
Except one.
I suppose we'll figure out who the dark one is sometime.
I swear, if it's gonna be another one of those fucking ice cubes from the games, I'm going to be annoyed.
It's totally
didn't-
bitter cold. It's totally
I wanted
dark
to-
matter.
I wanted to fight a Pokemon. I don't want to fight a goddamn glorified snowflake.
Ice Cube.
That's so
What
with the
about Giant
bitch.
Black Sphere?
What's up?
I was making a joke about Super Smash Boss. What about Giant Black Sphere?
No.
With
How
that,
about no?
with that, and Straight has already left, probably to go to sleep.
Yep.
So, I think we can make a certain Prima again. They are.
Yep.
We could raid a dragon.
Is
Dragon?
Giga streaming?
Giga's streaming.
That she is.
Oh yeah, it was Giga's birthday yesterday too.
I got raid!
Yeah, we can
Charge.
raid Giga. She's playing Vampire Survivors.
Nice.
Let's see. Raid Giga fight.
Say, not only are we raiding Giga, she also got a love bomb yesterday.
She got a huge love ball on her phone. So, we'll be raiding Gigabyte Dragon. She's playing Vampire Survivors, and yesterday was her birthday. So, give her some love, and we will see you next week for another session of After the Storm. Later, guys.
Take care.
And raid.
It's a